So they kind of oh, yeah, everything is.
Good. All right, Mayor, council members, staff, public, thank you for your patience. We just needed to make sure that we were streaming correctly online, and now we are. So welcome to those that are watching both in person as well as online. We are grateful for your interest. Every year, council holds a focus session. This year, we thought we'd try something with a new approach. The agenda lays out the various topics to be discussed. Council members will first provide a present and the lead for that topic. We will then go into a council conversation about that discussion. This process is handled very much like a study session, only a very extended study session. It doesn't include public comments. This focus session is designed to have the conversations and dialogue amongst the mayor and council. And to really discuss if staff should be directed to shift existing priorities. There are no votes today, but rather after council members' presentations, council will determine if staff should be directed to take additional steps on any or all of the council topics introduced during the focus session. Any votes will have to be at a council meeting, and that is when discussions will occur to decide what will be shifted to accommodate the efforts and the funding that will be used to pay for the new priority and efforts. Just as I say during my RMMA community noise roundtables, clapping verbal comments won't be acknowledged and will just slow the discussion. So please refrain from doing that. And without any further ado, Councilmember Lynn, Councilmember Anderson, you are up with the first agenda item.
Thank you. Great, thank you, and I'm glad to see so many people here today. Okay, so this is Councilmember Lynn, and I'm Councilmember Lori Anderson. And we are going to cover a topic regarding the community impact of air quality monitoring. And this relates back to the past several years of oil and gas development in Broomfield. So next slide. So the summary that we presented as part of the packet, we're going to revise it slightly. So the beginning remains the same. Since large-scale oil and gas development was proposed in Broomfield in 2017, Broomfield has demonstrated that protecting public health, safety, welfare, and the environment was a top priority through the overwhelming support of Prop 301, which was added to the charter, and the 2018 RFP, that's a request for proposal for the AQM program, which set goals to include both near source air quality monitoring and community scale air quality monitoring. And those are kind of two key points. The path that we were thinking of going down changed considerably after a very robust discussion with staff. So so instead, moving on to for consideration, actually it's on the next slide. We'll go through the steps that we're considering.
It changes slowly.
It changes slowly. Okay, so instead of going this path of submitting a new RFP, there's a much easier path forward. So we will go into this pre-focus session coordination meeting that we have with staff. And really what comes out of this discussion is that, you know, staff is coming at air quality monitoring from a different angle that the community is looking for air quality monitoring. They want to see what's happening immediately, know if the air is safe. Staff is we're really looking for capturing those triggers, those biggest spikes to different pieces of information. So the two programs are currently running. Ajax Analytics, it's an excellent program for the near source air quality monitoring, and the Boulder Air program is the community scale air quality monitoring program and the most referenced data by the most impacted residents. And just a quick high level overview of these, the Ajax Analytics program, every single trigger that is captured, they're reference grade. And reference grade is what you can, that is like audited, heavily analyzed, you know, that this is robust data type of measurement versus, just a quick peek at there or something. So these, every triggered canister is reference grade. There's 5 triggered canisters in the concurrent system. And the data that CSU collected and published has been used extensively, at the ECMC, which is formerly the COGCC rulemakings, and in other events along the way. And then Boulder Air, like I said, is that community scale monitoring, which the community heavily relies on, and that is ready. Every sample that's taken every hour is a reference grade measurement as well. And they monitor for speciated VOC, particulate matter, and ozone, along with weather conditions and meteorological other pieces there. So that's about it. And I just want to make the point here that this program has been state of the art since its inception, and since, you know, this was a priority for Broomfield. And Broomfield's knowledge, expertise, monitoring data, and studies in conjunction with other municipalities have been instrumental in advancing protections of health, safety, and environment. I think that is so key to this discussion. So next slide. So here's our new topic of discussion, which is greatly reduced from the original presentation we were preparing. So we're going to quickly go over CCOB community goals and KPIs. Those are key performance indicators, and those have been established for a couple of years, and annually they're reviewed and revised as necessary, and we keep track of where the progress is at. Really quick overview of the health concerns. And then this is key to all these discussions, is where's the revenue coming from, and we'll talk about that oil and gas revenue source. And then we'll come to we have staff and council, which we have staff and council alignment. We're in alignment, we want to make sure that we're all in alignment. And a couple pictures here, just so you know why they're up there. This was an event that occurred during production on the Livingston site, May 23rd, 2023. And there's a notice of alleged violation, an NEOB, open with the Energy and Carbon Management Commission since August 2nd of 23. And they don't move fast, we know that. So we will continue to monitor for events like this so we can fix them quickly. Actually have the operator fix them quickly. So going to the, this was pulled directly out of our city and county community goals. And this is under goal number 2, growing, oh, sorry, we got to advance the slide here. It's just really slow.
There it
So
is.
you'll see it in a second. Okay, so the second goal, there's 5 goals. The second one is growing greener. And this is taken from the 2022, 2023, 2024 updates. And the performance indicator we're looking at 2A is advocate and support rulemaking and policy efforts regarding Broomfield's oil and gas air quality monitoring program. There's a little bit about why it matters. And then on the next slide, we have, you already advanced it, that's awesome. Some of the target areas, and among them are reducing health complaints, collecting AQM data throughout the production phase. We've already gotten through pre-production, now we're in production. We still see we have and we still will see events in production that need to be monitored. And at this point, I will turn it over to Councilmember Lim. Thank you.
The key performance indicator.
And if you just want to say, to advance the next slide.
The next slide.
They're control.
Okay, next slide. Okay, that's good. The key performance indicator that we're focusing on in this look at air quality monitoring in its current state in Broomfield is the one that says reduce health and complaints tied to air emissions from oil and gas emissions year over year. And as with a lot of these key performance indicators, it in the report that's issued every year to show progress. For this indicator, it says status ongoing, as for many of these is the case. Next slide. So the way that we've addressed the health complaint, the ongoing health complaints has evolved through the oil and gas development on the pad. So, as, pre-production activities began on the pad, we had more and more residents, have health symptoms. And those began to be tracked, by our staff. After time, we had, staff who were able to think about, through their expertise, think about doing some kind of study of the health, tracing the health complaints that had been reported from residents. And the first form this took was a survey of the residents within, well, actually within all of Broomfield. It was a statistically scientific survey. And ended up being, peer reviewed and published in 2023. So the, map that you see there, was used in some of the, health study presentations, by Dr. Weisner and Dr. McKenzie. And the dots represent the concerns and complaints that were reported related to oil and gas. There were over 1,800 of them, and about 650 of them were health related. In the report from Dr. Weisner and Dr. McKenzie, I quoted, even with the most stringent BMPs in place, emissions during pre-production activities contained elevated levels of BTEX and other air toxics that may have contributed to some of the symptoms reported in our health survey. So certainly that, health survey pointed to the fact that there were health impacts, significant health impacts during pre-production. Next slide. In the conclusion, it said that, the survey results showed that within a mile of the pads, there were significantly greater upper respiratory and acute symptoms from respondents, and also that there was a significant, number of health symptoms that were reported from children that were even more expansive, as far as lower respiratory and gastrointestinal, symptoms. Next slide. So in the conclusion of the health study, there was an indication by the authors that they thought that this health study should have a follow-up. There's that statement is the formal way that they stated there should be a health follow-up. They said that, there should be some kind of estimates of exposure, which was different, which is scientifically different than a survey, and that there should be focus groups discussions. So that was the, conclusion and what the authors identified as what should happen next. But from the city and county of Broomfield's perspective, that we had already spent quite a bit of money, on the survey, and we decided that any follow-up would be cost prohibitive. So this goal, let's go back to the KPI, reduce health complaints tied to air emissions from oil and gas emissions year over year. When you think about that goal, that follow-up health study would have been a step in the right direction towards fulfilling that KPI. We decided we didn't have the resources to do that. So from the residents' perspective, who were still experiencing health symptoms from the oil and gas pads during production, that was certainly a disappointment, but something that they had to live with. What the residents did, continue to do, is look to the regulatory grade speciated data that's real time, that comes off of Boulder Air. And through their health experience, they have learned to look at that data and have associated their health symptoms. You know, we hear things like the toluene is way up. My kid is gonna get a nosebleed. I don't want the kid to go outside. So in lieu of the fact that we have not been able to follow up with the health studies as we anticipated that we might be able to, I have accepted anyway, the fact that the residents have the ability at least to independently associate their own health symptoms or their families with the particular data that comes in real time off of Boulder Air. Next slide. So from our conversation that we had in the pre-focus conversation with staff, we came to a conclusion that Boulder Air provided the fulfillment of this KPI in a different way, probably, than we expected, but it was doing it by providing this community impact monitoring for the impacted residents. They were able to individually reduce their health complaints because they could associate their symptoms with data that they were seeing and avoid situations. So when we discussed that possibility in the pre-focus session, that this was fulfilling a community impact monitoring function in line with the KPI, we asked how, you know, what about the funding? So what was realized was that it would be appropriate to correlate the source funding with somewhat of a solution to the problem. So, as with other property tax situations in the city in 2024, the oil and gas operator had an increase in their property taxes because of evaluations, assessments. When we looked at that when staff looked at that number, the increase in 2024 property taxes from Civitas for the resource production in Broomfield was $440,000. So staff thinks that amount should cover the Boulder Air resource as a fulfillment of the KPI for community impact monitoring. So that's where we landed. And if council desired, what would happen would be staff would draw up a professional service contract with Boulder Air, and then it would come back to council for consideration. So that's where we are. So we're open to discussion.
Well, thank you for your presentation. So, council, this is much more of a loose study session. So, you know, feel free to jump in, please don't talk over other people. And I think it's we can have a very good conversation. So, you know, I'm going to jump in first and get us rolling. So thank you, Jean and Lori, for your presentation and for your history. It seems that we are in a very different place with regard to oil and gas than we were since 2016. Thank you to both you and Lori. Thank you to the staff. Thank you for you know, the robust engagement of our citizens and residents, especially those whom are impacted. You had mentioned the property tax from oil and gas, from this past year, which is something that, hasn't been programmed to my knowledge. Which I think, that $440,000, looking to, be basically the equivalent of where those funds can come from. So I'm curious, is there a possibility that, one, we could provide certainty to Boulder Air, while also realizing these, potential cost savings, thus getting, a commitment to the community impact air monitoring for the next 2 years based upon that $440,000, as opposed to just getting a commitment for 1 year. Do you think that that's possible?
Okay, so that would be, I was just, having a discussion with the city manager, because yes, that was, based on conversation with the mayor, this is the direction it's going. We do believe, and this is all to be executive, but, there are some options here to relook at the program. One of the pieces that we do not think that we actually need, this is more of a monitoring program that the residents are using real time. There is a substantial cost associated with annual reporting, quarterly reporting, so by, this is a discussion that has to, be had obviously with Boulder Air and what we're going to do, but, depending upon the exact components that are being measured in each trailer, potentially the elimination of this annual report, and some of the more recent pricing that has come out, I think that it's very, we talk about there's like a little bit of wiggle room in there to figure exactly what it is, but that would be probably 2 years
Okay.
of, obviously, the contractor has to be involved in that discussion, but that's where we're headed, is a couple years of, would result in a couple years of ongoing project.
Okay,
And then a more robust discussion can be had about the 2 programs and that moving into the, like, the renewal period at the end of the year for Ajax and what components you want to go forward.
okay, thanks.
Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, curious to know why we switched gears from the 2 programs independent of each other, instead of going back to an RFP, where one program that did everything, and you did essentially save money. When we had a conversation
Yeah.
with Coffee, that was kind of the direction you seemed to want to go, so I'm curious, why switch gears? That's one question.
In our conversation with staff, they explained that, that they feel that the spatial coverage, the Ajax provides spatial coverage, like, because there's a sensor on each pad, that they feel that is what fulfills their needs as far as, and when the sensor goes off on a pad, it signals, in the business hours, it signals the inspector to go out to the pad right away. Whereas, so that's an alert, kind of an alert for them internally. And, the regulatory grade system is more of a, that you can look at, is not an alert system in a certain area. It covers, it covers more ground. So it's not, you wouldn't see a spike on Boulder Air and know immediately to go to the limits pad.
But could we find one company to do all of that?
We could find one company who could do all of that possibly, but, for the moment, and I think that's what we're talking about, but can we, realize that we're in a position now where we're at the beginning of production for over like 2 years. Staff definitely feels that the Ajax system meets their needs on alerts with certain events, if certain events occur. And there's still a need for residents to know what's going on in the pads. And after 2 years, the whole pattern of what's going on in production may be clear. And we may end up in 2 years with a different idea completely of what we need or don't need at that time.
I have a second question.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
The other question was in line with, Member Tan's question about the funding. I'm concerned about the funding. We had the $15 million in additional property tax revenue that we saw coming in. We set aside $10 million for the police. We set aside some of it for our, rental or property tax rebate program. My worry is that we're here, we're there, and we're not looking at the big picture of what we're funding with it, so that's kind of my concern with funding this on top of what we already have. I'm not doing a big job of accounting for, but at some point we'll run out.
We felt, I mean, staff, at the end of the conversations, and staff was in, we felt that given the current usage of the Boulder Air system and the inability in other ways to meet the KPI to reduce the health complaints, that it was an important use of, some of those funds. And that given that it was coming directly from, we could correlate it directly to the source of the problem, that we thought was appropriate.
I don't know what I'm.
Can I actually add to what someone just responded, we also had a discussion on how these programs interface with the public and the Boulder Air in its nature of being, sampling every hour, continuous, you just look at it and you see what there is no chemistry triggered and sampled, and it's a different interface and also reduce pressure off the staff to try to make the Ajax interface into what the Boulder Air interface used to be, because it's not the same type of system and doesn't provide, it provides those snapshots in time and captures the most significant events, but it doesn't provide that real-time data. So it also, I think I can say DC for staff that this provides some relief, to the ongoing questioning around that Ajax interface. So it feels like a win-win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, going back to when this operator agreement was first approved in 2017, someone decided that, extraction was only going to be able to give us 20,000 a year for air quality monitoring. And as we all know now, that was woefully inadequate. So the city of County of Woodville has had to bear the brunt of the burden to enforce this operator agreement in DMP. I still wonder, like, did anybody even get estimates before throwing that number out, but likely not. So I feel like by using the Civitas property tax, overage to protect health and safety is the same thing as getting them to pay for it, like they should have been paying for it all along. So thank you for bringing this forward.
If I understand, Ajax basically consider us on the track for observation of the one small bit to do something else. And they hopefully be more vision of the credit.
Yeah.
Older areas more leaning towards the community education problems. However, we have 6 years of experience, as you said, that data, and people are now able to use that data on their own to determine when they need to react. So to play that as advocate, let's do 2 more years of data of the same data. You know, what do we gain? Is it worth it? I'm not sure if we can do that, but what is the cost versus some other expenditure in terms of public safety?
I think I would say the hope is, so the spikes that we see happening, well, let's take the Livingston May 23, when this has the outstanding notice of alleged violation that's taking the ECMC forever to resolve. I mean, that was, it was leaking for 5 hours and it certainly showed up, it showed up on both systems, but the Ajax system sent out the alert to the staff. That was a problem with maintenance. They did not maintain the system. There is certainly a hope that we have hit a few bumps here. As they get into their production routine. We certainly have reminded them of their maintenance duties. We just had probably during well stimulation on interchange, we just had a spike. We caught that, we reminded them, let's see if we can avoid that kind of thing. It's kind of questionable when they're doing that kind of, well stimulation, if it's completely avoidable. But the fact that we've had these bumps, this is a pattern that will probably continue for the next 20 years, unfortunately, if they stay, if they stay in production that long. The hope would be that we hit the bumps in the road in the next 2 years, and it's going to start to look like, okay, we get this. The operator understands that we're on top of this. We're gonna follow through, and we have suggested some best management practices when these maintenance activities have happened. So the hope would be 2 years are gonna show this is a better situation. And that's to answer your devil's advocate question. Did I answer? Did you have enough follow-up?
Different questions, that point, yes, it's going to be going on for 20 years. And we spend 220,000 every year for 20 years to collect basically the same data. We aren't going to really learn anything terribly new. It sounds to me like Ajax is the one that's going to keep them more vigilant, which is what we need to do, because with the mayor's point, the contracting to provide for that, and the state hasn't done their part. They preempted our ability to control it initially, extracted. But I don't want to spend $2 million more collecting the same data. When, and just, what else could we spend that money on might be more effective in terms of better operations to prevent, it's good, my philosophical point. It was interesting to me, the KPI is reduce complaints. And if I want to be cold-blooded about it, I make it harder to file a complaint and only reduce complaints. And it doesn't get to the real problem of the emissions or the operation you're putting poison in the air. So my question is 220,000 a year, is continuing to do this for who knows how many years? Or is there something else we could be doing to get to the root cause of these industrial operations? Either they always leak, and it's just going to be nothing you can never do about that, or is there something we can do to improve in our own way? The leaks, the constant leaking, or emissions, or things of that, just we just have to accept that as part of natural operations, which we're already tracking for agents. That makes sense.
Yeah, and I want to go back to your initial question of the why you keep collecting the data. And then we had this whole presentation put together, and I kind of wish in a way we would have stepped through the history and what fails. But on one of the slides, we had it listed some of the things that can go wrong during the production phase. The pre-production was expected to be the worst, probably the worst, but and I know what you're saying, the operator should be on top of this, they should be correcting it. That isn't gonna go away, because here's a list to the top of one of the oversight groups. These are the failures: improper maintenance, which shouldn't be happening, but it does. Component failures, inefficient combustion, malfunctioning or leaking equipment, you cannot get around it. As we saw, a small pinhole leak, and you can go all the way to catastrophic failure, and it's always human error. So that's what we're at on these sites, and I kind of wish we would have put the pictures up there for some of our newer council members, where you can see just how industrious these operations are, and these are very new people's homes. So one of the things we discussed is that there's two ways that we're coming after this, situation. Is that we're looking for those spikes and those immediate alerts with the trigger canisters right near the pads. But there's also an impacted community, and if you can really get up there and just hear the past experiences of these individuals, some of them are, you know, quite a few residents in the, I guess Wilcox even, but, mostly Anthem Ranch is highly impacted, Wildgrass, Anthem Highlands is also very impacted, we have residents on our border. And, I mean, I just saw earlier how many complaints was that, the overall was 650 health complaints, and we have people today still suffering from neurological issues, eye issues, respiratory cancer has become quite prevalent up there, and we didn't do that follow-up study. So we have, and some people might say like, well, okay, like I'm healthy, I walk by the path, I'm fine. We have people with, immune, what is the immunodeficiency and different disorders. We have, you know, people that just had babies who are pregnant. Everybody experiences things differently, and we have these past harms that have been done and this unknown for the future. So we can look back at the data we have, but what you can't do with that past data is look today and see what's happening today and see if something is, when you look at the Ajax data, you can actually see it's increasing, there's something coming, but you can't really see what it is until you get that canister back, which is what staff is relying on. When you look to the Boulder Air site, every hour is a reference grade sample, and you can see, yes, that isn't just on the canisters, you don't know, is it just, oftentimes related to the pad, sometimes they're triggered by something else. So you won't know until 2 weeks later. This tells you immediately, yes, today there is something happening, and today is not the day to go outside. And that's what residents, are relying on the information for. And, okay, one other little piece I'm out there in here is that at the end of last year, we signed a contract with Ajax for this entire year. What we can do, and I would think that this is a conversation that, this is not today's conversation, but there's an opportunity, regardless of whether it's a 1 year or 2 year contract with Boulder Air, that can still be revisited and negotiated, and something could be coordinated between the two of them. We just can't do that, we can't do that on short order, and undo something we've already done. So that conversation, it shouldn't end here. It should be staff in the background trying to figure out what that path forward looks like, but not to keep funding, because they're not keep funding both. And somehow we'll figure out the best path forward as the year goes on.
Yeah, did she answer your question or? Thanks for the presentation today, and I appreciate the allocation of the dollars. I think, we're very thankful that we're able to put a lot of money towards, health and safety, and also with our police reports too, we can elevate that. I want to make sure that we're doing that. When we talk about funding for air quality testing, and we've done this in the past for our region, we not only have regional air testing, with Boulder Air, but we've never had support in the region before from Monroe County. We've never had support from Boulder County. We've never had support from Hutchinson County and funding this, but yet it's called a regional effort, right, to test this air quality, am I correct?
So just for a little bit of background information, and I'm not sure if this is, not sure how much, it doesn't matter if the public knows, there are conversations going on. Well, counties have been doing their quality monitoring, they're funding theirs, Drew's funding theirs, Boulder's funding theirs, Longmont's funding theirs, we're funding ours. Even Commerce City they've gotten third-party EPA funding for their quality monitoring. So everybody's funding their own. So there is a discussion underway. There's constantly, we're in this like ever-changing realm. I mean, it's hard to keep up between land use and transportation and air quality. That's, I follow the ozone, the air quality, those pieces closely. There's legislation advancing every year. There's conversations now occurring between, including Weld County as well, and the direction they're going with their air quality and getting all this data into one location. Ajax Analytics is analyzing like 119 different operators data, as I pointed out in the reg 7. So there's this kind of it's like ever-changing landscape. So I don't think what we decide today is setting us on a course for multiple years. We're just in the midst of like, in this place right now, and the state's moving forward with the GHG intensity verification rulemaking with the staff waiting as part of the local government coalition. The protocol is just about finalized. That requires reduction from operators, more oversight on their part. So I think we're at a place where it's like a kind of fill the gap right now, and then this conversation stays going in the background with staff, and then we reevaluate at the end of this year, I'm assuming, and see where we are. So it's not, I don't think we're committing to a forever every year amount at this point. It's just, while we get through this period of time.
But currently, in the past, they have not put that to help pay for that currently.
Who doesn't
Logan County, Adams County, Golden County, they would not send that
Ooh, that's not true, because they're.
They have.
for that location though, because we're testing for that location for regional.
Oh, we're looking at we're looking at the community, there's two pieces of monitoring going on. There's the community source monitoring, like when you're seeing the, BTEX chemicals like benzene, toluene, xylene, those are local, those are very local set sites. Some of these sites are running ozone, Weld County's running ozone monitoring, Boulder's definitely running ozone monitoring. You could take away the ozone is a regional component, and the particular matter is also more regional. And you could take those away and just monitor. You wouldn't save a ton of money, but you could take the regional piece away and just do the community source monitoring. Or for a little extra, you could continue, not a little extra, like 30,000 a year. You could continue that, there was an add-on for ozone. So then you can see ozone varies by region. Some are Greenville, if you probably should look for that chart too. Right now, from all the regional stations, and staff is aware that at the end of last year, we started these conversations where we started going to like, let's talk with Casey Becker as the director of Region 8 EPA, let's talk with the RAC, let's talk with these different organizations. And what we saw was the CDPHE said, go to EPA, and EPA said, go to the CDPHE. So that's when the regional conversation started. So I think progress is being made, albeit slow. And so everybody's paying for their own community monitoring, multiple sources are paying for the ozone monitoring. What you will see is that when you compare all the regional EPA monitors, they don't all have the same numbers. And you're looking, in order for the 9-company ozone monitoring area to come into attainment, all of those monitors must move into attainment. Greenfield is like the 4th highest. So we're higher than other regions, and there is no EPA monitoring station here, but we're really not talking about ozone today. We're really looking at our own community, those that were most impacted over the past several years. And this, going back to the hundreds of health complaints, the health survey, and not looking, but it certainly is a conversation for another date.
Okay. So you mentioned EPA, you mentioned particulate matter also, so people really knows too, it's not just the oil and gas industry, it's an exhaust fumes and, you know, PM 10, right?
2.1, yeah,
And then there's another PM 10 and
2.5.
2.5. And so those are just different things we, you know, generally look at. So one of the issues that I have, and I don't know if staff can answer this too, you know, you mentioned EPA with the ATAX, and we've had issues even with, you know, NASA communicating with other, you know, other people about doing the measurements. We had whole projects, millions, probably billions of dollars, in space exploration messed up because one country was using inches and actually another country was using centimeters. And it's really the entire project. It was a major problem, it's actually great beyond. But, you know, so if we're measuring and the EPA is saying you're in attainment or you're not in attainment, let's figure out how they want that measurement, because the issue that I had is that it sounded like at the time we had a meeting, that EPA was measuring using the Ajax systems. And, you know, I'm not even sure where we are with cumulative impacts at the state level. Has the ECMC done any rulemaking with cumulative impacts? And are we trying to hit those targets too? That's still pending. And that's still pending. They came out with a report yesterday for cumulative impact on and if they haven't even issued the straw ballot. Has the EPA already talked about the impacts?
So I think what we need to realize here is that this is not a discussion at the state level about ozone non-attainment and cumulative impacts. This is focused here on the most impacted residents. These wells were put in with the pre-one, SB 181 rules. They are, the closest home is like 800 feet away from the site, not any greater than 2,000 feet. So we're looking to try to continue these efforts. It's really focused on the local residents. This discussion's not about ozone. That's an added-on benefit of that monitor, which could be taken away for slight savings.
But it's safe to say that this provides our most impacted residents with that extra layer of security so that they have access to real-time data so that they can make tough decisions for themselves. And really to benefit the community. Yes, and that's fine. That's good enough.
Thank you, Mayor. One more question. Staff, if we didn't have the 400, is it 400,000, is that right? What other places would we be spending that money? Where are we getting that money from? Or where would it go to if it's not spent on them?
We were not, I don't think staff is supposed to be answering questions. I think we are in these focus sessions. So we were not, told that. We were told, that there, in the discussions, when we came to the conclusion that, this KPI, could be met, by, the access for residents to the Boulder Air System. Then staff, said, we looked at around what it might cost, and then staff said, we have this funding that would correlate from the source of the emissions, and can be used for a mitigation, I would say. It's not solving the problem, but at least it allows access for the residents to mitigate the symptoms that they experience.
There's also one other piece of that, became critical in this discussion with staff, is that the residents trying to utilize Ajax Analytics site, it was never intended and not really friendly for the user, because you can't get the use, you're waiting for those sugar canisters to come back. It's indicator, it's a robust system, but it's indicator data. It's just it's a millivolt signal that captures everything in the air. You don't know what it is until it triggers that canister. When that canister is analyzed, it's reference ready, robust, speciated, includes everything, but that's 3 weeks later. So residents are trying, once the Boulder Air set like moved them down, that was the go-to source. When the residents then tried to move over and analyze and try to figure out what's going on the Ajax site, it caused, I think it's safe to say, it's the time and effort that is in brief that's causing our staff to try to make that into that, replicating that site is not beneficial in any way. So that's where this, conversation kind of came in, is that, oh, wait, that is like the community just lost their source of data, and that's the most impacted residents. That is what they rely on to understand what the levels in the air are. And Toluene was one of them. When that's high, people have correlated that to nosebleed. You can never definitively prove it, but the residents have correlated. So without the health studies, without everything else, that is your go-to source, and says today is a day that my child probably shouldn't be outside for a long time. And that's.
And it's unfortunate that it's a guideline on the standard, because that's a standard, we just shut it down. So thank you.
I think just touch on, Councilmember Cohen and Councilmember Nichols' point, for years now, we've talked about the idea of utilizing the funds that are coming from, property taxes as well as use taxes from, the Civitas oil and gas sites to pay for the monitoring, pay for the staffing, and we continue to do that. But I think that what you have all presented is there is some additional property tax revenue, and we'll continue to see additional use tax revenue, because of, future production, of oil and gas, within Broomfield. So we'll continue to see, revenue that could be able to support this. And I think that one of the interesting conversations that we had years ago was the idea that we heard pushback from the community about Ajax and not trusting the data that we had from Ajax. It was one of the reasons why we brought on Boulder Air, was to, basically assess, is this data, showing the same results? And what we found out that Ajax and Boulder Air were showing similar results. But the benefit that we saw out of that was the idea that community residents now have the tool that they actually wanted all along, which was to see real-time monitoring, to be able to assess what was going on in their own, and these were, impacted residents, to assess what was going on in their own bodies and their own households, and comparing that to what was going on these past sites. And so when the interesting thing was, when we removed Boulder Air, all of a sudden, not only did we remove the ability to kind of look at both of those monitoring systems together, but we also lost that tool for our impacted community. And that's the thing that we continue to hear from our impacted community residents, is we don't have that tool anymore. And how can we get that tool back? We can't get that tool from Ajax. It's just not gonna happen. And when we put this RFP out to Councilmember Marsh Holston's point, when we originally put this RFP out, we had RFPs that were, drastically different, and CFU and Ajax came together to produce probably the best RFP result that we could get at that point, but we were still missing a piece of Boulder Air. So could we find that company out there that could do all of this? Maybe, but what we have right now is because of CSU, Ajax, and now Boulder Air, we have the tools that our impacted community needs, plus what we need to continue to enforce Civitas and that contract that we have with them. So I think that that's what's interesting for me. So having that revenue source, continued revenue source, paying for oil and gas and not being reliant on that for some other program. So thank you for tying that all together.
Yeah. Because to come back to what you just said, could we do it, could we find, yes, we have the two, they do separate things. Could we find a company that does both at a cheaper price? Yes, the money is coming from oil and gas, and it should be used for that, but that's still money that can't go to something else, to Councilmember Hagel's point. If we don't spend it, if we spend it there, we can spend it on something else.
I think it's,
So that's,
no, I understand where you're coming from, I think that is, it's because of the landscape that we're in right now, that we have the contract with AZAC already in place, that goes through the end of the year. The Boulder Air data can quickly be, the trailer is still there, it just needs to, it hasn't been decalibrated, it hasn't been moved away, it's still there collecting data, just not utilized, it's not providing data, no one's analyzing it, it's just sitting there right now. It can be reinstated at any point in time. That solves the immediate need. And then there has to be a robust discussion in the background about, even without this discussion, staff is already considering, as they do every single year, where are we at in the production phase, what have we achieved? There was the pre-production went on for an extended period of time in bankruptcy. And then we've got a couple of years, I think it's been 2 years now since everything's been in production. Staff is gonna know that, like, the community is still using the data, the community is still impacted, their concerns are so valid. There's also the staff to figure out what is it that we really need to know when something is going wrong, which we can all agree, the operator should be the one out there doing this, they should be paying for the robust monitoring. They should be out there in an instant if something goes wrong. We shouldn't be asked to shut the wells in because they can't get somebody there. I mean, there's just so many things that have gone wrong. And staff will continue to have that conversation. We have an oil and gas team, and they will continue to have that conversation. And there might be a point here as we come into we'll be hearing in later this year, towards the end of the year, as the new budget process underway, and what does staff recommend? And that at that point in time, that conversation could occur and say, yes, we want to try to find one person to do all this. It's just that we can't do that today. Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm looking for a statement that goes on.
so immediate versus long term.
Right. Which long term being that conversation will start in a few months and probably already underway.
Just to follow up on that point,
wanted to clarify, we're looking at paying for this, additional, property tax revenue. I think it's accurate to say we've spent millions more on revenue than we've earned in revenue from citizens. So we're still subsidizing, the citizens pay more by what we pay. It's not accurate.
Not, I mean, we've asked for I mean, we have to do a long-term look. I mean, in the beginning, those wells weren't producing, and we were expending a lot more than we were getting in revenue. But yeah, I mean, you have to, I don't know, the numbers look pretty
use tax
large.
and now that they're in budget, look at that.
Nine,
So there's a written source.
yes. I mean, and it's all dependent on the production of the wells, how good that revenue source is. Right now is, we've always heard 5 to 10 years out would, it would start to peter out somewhere. But I mean, they go on like.
Councilmember Schultz's point, Councilmember Hankel, we have this, Erie does something, Will does something. Is there any effort to do a regional approach more efficient, data sharing, that would be accommodated? Or if that's just too difficult politically?
Well, so we're kind of talking in two different rounds here. So there's the very local sources, which is the carcinogenic latex chemicals that we talked about. That is the immediate concern for Greenfield, and that is what we're mostly monitoring. You also have the ozone and particulate matter, and those fall under the NAAQ standards, what National Ambient Air Quality Standards. There's 6 of them, and those are the ones where you end up in non-attainment or in ozone non-attainment. We could fall into particulate matter non-attainment under the lower standard, Commerce City more likely than us, and some of the areas closer in that area. So we're looking at, we're in non-attainment one of the 6 HAPs, so there is this requirement, by the EPA that's put on the state from the annual state implementation plan. And that effort is becoming, there are discussions underway, which surprisingly involve Weld County, Greenfield, Boulder, Erie, Longmont, and Central. So it is underway as the state has brought in, but nothing that Erie or unless it's on a border with them or unless it's on a border with them none of their monitoring is going to monitor what's happening in the near source. So we're looking at they have their own near source monitoring. Erie actually has Ajax and Boulder Air, they follow Greenfield. Longmont, Boulder already had Boulder Air. Longmont only has Boulder Air. And then Weld County is actually using, it's a federal standard that can get exactly what it is. So there's a discussion underway, that's gonna take time. So we're here, we're looking at this immediate, near term, get through this year, potentially it makes sense to negotiate a 2-year contract, which could be, I think that's a staff piece there. But while this conversation, a member of staff is sitting on that regional effort. And then there's state rulemaking and state legislation, and that will all carry forward. So in the meantime, this is just a short term, get through the year, and then this conversation continues, as we go forward and try to keep,
So I'm interested in hearing, Councilmember Hankel brought up the mitigation. What else could we, what you look at the other options, what are mitigation options are there in terms of rather than monitoring, but any protections and mitigations we could offer to community members who are affected? You mentioned health issues, but there hasn't been a health study before like that correct? In terms, there hasn't been a cancer cluster study, anything like that.
I mean, there's a long,
Is there a mitigation, is there any successful efforts to mitigate air quality or health protection?
I mean,
In some of the ways?
certainly the EMPs that were even, when the contract was, even with our limitations, when we didn't have 181 yet, when the contract was approved with the operator, certainly we had EMPs in place in that operator agreement at that were, certainly progressive for the time, that were made put in the contract in those negotiations. So those are the mitigations, that were put in place. But the problem, as Councilmember Hengel referred to, is that the health guidelines for the emissions are not set. I mean, the only one that's really set conclusively is benzene at 9 parts per billion. And, anything else that, and the real indicators for oil and gas are ethyl, that's benzene and toluene and all of those, and there's no standards for that, and those can be, pretty striking coming off of those, with those emissions off of those pads, and there's nothing to say, this is too much toluene for people who live within 1,000 feet of a pad, which is what we have, because we cited this before the 2,000-foot setback.
And CPH, when they can piggyback on that, is that they said they don't even have any studies based on how toluene and xylene, and any other cancer causing, that we know that they're cancer causing individually, how they work synergistically in the body. They could actually work in a compound fashion.
Yeah.
Even worse than just individually. And that was very scary to me when we, it was a huge, like we call it a chemical cocktail, there are studies on that. They actually said, there's thousands of chemicals out there that you cause cancer on the home, but working synergistically in the body, we don't actually have any CP.
And part of what we're up against is that the things that go wrong in the pad are the things we can't mitigate. And that is if you go on it's not an ECMC site, and you look at all the failures, they're anything from like a gasket can fail, a leak in the tank, a leak in any device, and it can be sometimes human error. A lot of it's just over time, over the 20 years. Some of these older wells are being plugged and abandoned, some of them are 50 years old or whatever, like. This stuff fails over time. And no, I do believe on these wells, these are, at the end of the life, do they have a funding in place where when we get to the end of the life, there's actually funding available to actually plug and abandon them? So there's what is the word for it, bonded or whatever.
They're bonded. I mean, if once these wells go out of production, then there's supposed to be P&A, they're supposed to be remediated, all of that's in the OA, we'll see when we get there. So we have our protections in that operator agreement to a certain extent, and we have certain things that they're required to do maintenance on every 3 years, but there's a lot of parts that can go wrong, of course. And we all knew these industrial operations didn't belong within 1,000 feet of us.
So we had a question from Councilmember Lewin and Councilmember Anderson about kind of what we would like to see come next. It's been a great conversation. What the purpose of this is, if there's been revenue that has been identified that could potentially pay for this system, looking at this as kind of a 1 to 2 year piece. What's council's feeling in terms of that question that they posed was, what would we like to see out of this? Would we like to see staff draft up that contract and looking to do a contract with Boulder Air to kind of get us through this next 1 to 2 years, potentially, and really recognizing the idea of impacting community, and that's the purpose of this system. Did I answer your question correctly?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Sure. I really do appreciate the clarification that this is kind of a holdover until there's a better solution in place, so I did really appreciate that. Sounds like we're coming up with a plan, and it sounds like there is the ability to kind of negotiate and just keep to the elements that are important. So I did really appreciate that, and because of that information,
I'll understand. Same with Councilwoman, Belvedere. I was an intern back in 2016, 17 with Logic, the oil and gas, and obviously this is a very important issue. So I know it's not enough, but we're still heading towards that direction, and what we talk about in the future, renewable energy, replacing oil and gas, and I get this is long-term pads from many, many years ago, and councils. It's a lot, I appreciate it, you.
Anyone else? Thoughts and concerns from somebody here?
Yeah, we support it. Moving forward with this right now.
Thanks for that, Senator.
And
I'd like to put that out there, you know, as a possibility to provide, you know, not only potential cost savings, but looking at that stability of the system for the next 2 years. You know, is there a possibility of doing that with our budget, with our constraints to kind of move towards that possibility of doing a 2-year contract?
So is it fair to ask staff in that direction, is that, I mean, I guess it's our conversation, but, yeah, okay, yeah.
I think the big thing is, we want to make sure that we provide that direction to staff and it's clear, right?
Just one more question, you mentioned the tax order identified, have we collected those taxes yet, is that represents? I want to make sure the mention is passed.
I think they pay their taxes.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not sure they pay their fines.
I would just, you know, I'm cautiously optimistic, but I really am hesitant on spending money we don't know that we have, so I would like to just support it with a caveat that we need to make sure that this actually is coming in, because we were very hesitant to about going beyond anything with our police and courts, right? And so, well, anything beyond that, we're still not sure. And so we don't want to count on money that we possibly might not have, because we've done predictions in the past. And not all of our predictions are correct. Exactly. Our predictions are never correct.
Sure, and they're not going to be. What we do know is from pre-production, that our numbers for oil and gas have been in the red. We're gonna have a 3-year spike, as every other well pad does, as they start to generate. So not only the sole focus shouldn't be the revenue that Michelle and I were just talking about. For the use tax, that will be because of the production, that will begin to take the red into the black, we'll be in the black for 2 years. And then if we stay at the same level of staffing, operations and testing, we'll go back into the red. So for these dollars, to get us back to whole from all of the work that we've done on oil and gas, there are funds in there now, from the use tax. Because of that, we're in the production phase now. So by the end of 2024, between now and July, we'll have we'll have the additional funds in the oil and gas fund specifically.
Okay, I would make that certified.
Do you have an accurate for that projection on use tax and going forward? You know, over the next 10 years, do we have a provision, what we anticipate, or within the margin of error, it's massive?
Everything is within the margin of error, and we're always going to be wrong.
Right.
So we can't predict inflation, we can't predict the cost of goods, we can't predict workforce availability, we can't predict the other, whether it be contractors or pavement or anything else. If we have to stay with the knowns. Anytime, again, that you base anything on projections and one-time dollars. So, you know, the first community goals, fiscal sustainability, through that, all these things must pass. And part of that is historically, we have never, COVID was a great example. We didn't start any new projects. We didn't start any long-term projects because it's one-time dollar. So when we're looking at the projections for our oil and gas revenue, regardless of the source of that, when it's directly tied to oil and gas, we always knew that we weren't gonna be in the black. We've never seen the numbers of what it looks like when we're in production. We couldn't have estimated that, nor could it's tracking, quite frankly. But we do know it's short-lived, that window is short-lived. So when we're talking about the dollars back to the impacted communities, we haven't allocated the dollars directly to that impacted community. I think that's what Lori and Dean and Devin and the mayor are talking about.
So I think a piece of this is that we're only looking at, without looking at staff, without looking at all the costs and tax, there is an ongoing discussion here, and I think that is where this is pulled into, that this is just the one piece. To keep that monitoring going throughout the end of the year, if it makes sense to do the 2 years, that's a piece that we don't even know at this point in time. But there has to be an ongoing discussion, which also includes the FTEs and the other sources put at it, like the noise monitoring. That was intense for a while. There was it was ended up being funded by through a settlement, and that's gone. Like, so this is ever evolving, so this isn't, that discussion still has to occur in the background, so there is, I didn't say that the discussion is going, so that's, it can be pulled into that piece.
Follow-up question for Ms. Hoffman. You said it's the revenue piece. Is that, or goes up and goes back down, is that because production reaches a certain point that it drops automatically, or?
Yes, yeah, it drops pretty dramatically.
And what's that time frame as far as the amount of production, years of production before drop off?
So this is a guess, and it will be wrong. Generally, it's 2 to 3 years, but you don't know the amount of spending. So the thought is having an accurate running total of what we put into it from the beginning, when it was complete general fund. There was no oil and gas dollars to support any of the effort. Now looking, as we move into pre-production, and again, they're in production now, but just now. Right, so we haven't harnessed what that looks like, and you see the trajectory. Closing, right, closing that, narrowing that gap in cost. But it's not just the dollar, you have to look at the dollar amount, and then you have to look at the costs, and then you have to look at what the spike looks like, the anticipated long-term approach, and then anticipate any unintended, if there is an accident. If there is something that occurs on those paths. So again, having it be correlated to oil and gas operations, testing, monitoring, specificity, impact fee essentially for those residents that have been impacted. And then you look at what you have. So it's not like balancing a checkbook. It's much more complicated than that.
So basically, the short-term financial benefit of oil and gas production is dramatically outweighed by the long-term financial and health safety costs. So we shouldn't do it anymore. That's my opinion on that.
All right, anyone else on this conversation? Staff, do we have the direction?
Thank you, yes.
Okay. Excellent. Well, we are about 10 minutes ahead of schedule before our scheduled break at 10:30. So let's take our break now, and maybe even have a few extra minutes for our break. So enjoy some coffee, some breakfast.
Yeah.
I'll give you the thumbs up and then we can do the rest. Thank you. All right, well, welcome back. Thanks for being willing to take a break. And it's always, we got a long day, so pace ourselves a little bit. We get nutrients. Good morning, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. Thank you for allowing me to present about self-sufficient wage, or as the longer title is, living in a community without over-reliance on government and nonprofit support. This is a topic that has been discussed in our community, both locally as well as a large community within the Denver metro region since 2019. But first, next slide, please. Thanks. But first, some history to set the stage. So minimum wage in the United States. In 1890s, minimum wage came about in New Zealand and in Australia as a way to protect women and children in the work environment, and this spread to other countries. It spread to the US in 1894 with the Pullman workers' strike, a widespread railroad strike and boycott that disrupted rail traffic in the US Midwest while responding to layoffs, wage cuts, and firings. In 1899, the Newsboys strike, yes, the true story that inspired the Broadway musical Newsies, I'm the King of New York, if you get that lyric. Newsies in Long Island City, Queens, caught the Evening Journal delivery men selling short bundles. That means instead of 25 stacks of papers, it may have been 24 or 23, so they couldn't make as much. So Newsies in all 5 boroughs and in cities and towns throughout the Northeast refused to sell William Randall Hearst's Evening Journal and Joseph Pulitzer's New York World, the 2 largest circulation newspapers in the nation. But more so, their actions emboldened newsboys as far as Cincinnati, Ohio, Lexington, Kentucky, and Nashville, Tennessee, to strike and demand better terms from their own bosses and end the discontentment in the newspaper trade. In 1912, textile workers strike in Lawrence, Massachusetts, and they continued for 9 weeks. It was later called the Bread and Roses strike, a strike of immigrant workers in Lawrence, Massachusetts, prompted by a 2-hour pay cut corresponding to a new law shortening the work week for women. The strike spread rapidly through the town, growing for more than 20,000 workers and involving every mill in Lawrence. Later that year, in 1912, Massachusetts would be the first state to set a minimum wage for women and children. So we continue to see that the trend continues to be around women and children leading this movement, which is not, doesn't strike me that, today is the first day of the National Women's Month. So, this trend continues. Within 8 years, 13 other states in DC would also establish a minimum wage, but men were not covered. The idea of state's minimum wage was supposed to ensure employers could not, the idea of the state's minimum wage was supposed to ensure employers could not provide arbitrarily low wages, especially to the lowest paid industries. So strikes still happened, and the images of women and children on strike were a very compelling to an entire nation. Following strikes and community organizing activities in the late 19th century and early 20th century, and some Supreme Court challenges, the United States government passed the Fair Labor Standards Act in 1938, shepherded by Representative Mary Norton of New Jersey, another Women's History Month moment, which established a 40-hour week, minimum wage of 25 cents an hour, and fair pay for overtime in order to afford the basic necessities, and it also abolished child labor. This act covered about 20% of the workforce. Next slide, please. Since then, Congress has raised the minimum wage 22 times. You see on this graph each time it raised, but the purchasing power peaked in 1968 at $1.60 an hour, which is equivalent to $10.50 an hour in today's equivalent wages. So you see on this map, the green line up there is adjusted for 2014 dollars, so it's a little dated. Sorry. It's a little dated on that map, but you can see the bottom line in red, that is the minimum wage not adjusted. So right there at that peak, in about 1968 or 1970, you can see that, that as the minimum wage goes up, you see that purchasing power at the top of the peak. And so for, during the 60s, that was the greatest, point in which lowest wage earners could afford those basic necessities of life. However, since 2009, Congress has not raised the minimum wage, and with inflation, the purchasing power of the minimum wage has not covered those same costs that they did back in the 1960s. Next slide, please. So some states picked up where the federal government left off, and even cities have now joined the battle to ensure their communities pay a self-sufficient wage. 30 states plus DC have moved forward with increasing the minimum wage higher than the federal minimum wage, and almost 60 cities establishing a higher minimum wage than their states. Prior to 2007, Colorado's minimum wage law was set by federal law. In 2006, Colorado voters adopted an amendment to the state constitution that raised the minimum wage from $5.15 per hour to $6.85 per hour, beginning in 2007. The amendment also required that the minimum wage be adjusted each year, up or down, for changes in inflation as measured by the Colorado Consumer Price Index, CPI. In 2016, Colorado voters again amended the state constitution to increase the state minimum wage from $8.31 to $9.30 per hour, beginning on January 1st, 2017, and to increase annually thereafter by 9 cents per hour until it reaches $12 per hour on January 1st, 2020. So we're getting closer to today's world. From that point, the rate must be annually adjusted by the increase of the CPI, which we saw just recently on January 1st. Since 1999, Colorado had a law on the books that prevented cities in the state from enacting minimum wage above the state's level. In 2019, House Bill 19-1210 gave local governments in Colorado back the authority to establish a minimum wage above the state's minimum wage. As part of that 2019 bill, the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, CDLE, is required to write a report regarding local minimum wage laws in Colorado, including economic data on jobs, earnings, and sales tax revenue in which a locality with a higher minimum wage compared to a neighboring jurisdictions which doesn't. Next slide, please. So cost of living in Broomfield. I think that, based upon these metrics that we have up here, we would assume that Broomfield is affluent, educated, and homeowners. An average annual average wage of $108,058. Nearly 60% of adults aged 25 plus have a bachelor's degree or higher. 63.9% of residential units are owner occupied, and the median value of an owner occupied housing unit is $581,600. Next slide, please. But what we are also seeing is that 86% of the residents of Broomfield work outside of Broomfield, and 88% of employees live, 88% of employees that work in Broomfield live outside of Broomfield. So what we see is an exportation primarily of Broomfield residents working outside of Broomfield, and we see other residents outside of Broomfield working in Broomfield. So we have this migration that exists, and that has existed and gotten only higher, those numbers of residents only higher since we started collecting this data. Next slide, please. So Broomfield Fish continues to do an annual report or every few years report. So I wanted to put two numbers. There are two recent annual data points up here. So Broomfield Fish helps 1 in 7 residents that live in Broomfield. Total number of residents receiving housing assistance. In 2019, this number was 411. In 2022, it is 1,228. The number of unduplicated people served in 2019 was 7,057. In 2022, that number is almost doubled to 12,553. Pounds of food distributed to those in need in 2019 was 1,069,737. In 2022, it has rose to 1,402,192. Unduplicated families receiving utility assistance has slightly risen. In 2019, it was 114. In 2022, it was 138. Number of people experiencing homelessness has slightly risen as well. 2019, 145, and 2022, 162.
Yeah, but then.
Yeah.
Could you possibly tell the compelling data?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So 2 points on that is that 53% of people, or 53% of people, Broomfield Fish helps our children under the age of 18. Which I think is really interesting when we start to look at our demographics here in Broomfield. The cost of living in Broomfield has caused Broomfield Fish families to spend upwards of 70% of their total income on just housing. Next slide, please. So this is where we come to gathering more local data in Broomfield. Broomfield families need income more than 3 times the federal poverty level to make ends meet. And during the next couple of slides, remember in Broomfield, a total of 22.2% of households fall under that same standard. So what I'm using on this is the Colorado Center on Law and Policy. They do a annual report of the self-sufficient wage in all communities in Colorado, or all counties in Colorado. So they have looked at the expenses for Broomfield, and then they have looked at the wages in which would need to pay for those basic necessities. So next slide, please. So on this slide right here is the 2018 data. It's a little fuzzy, maybe it's hard to read from back there, but the slide that I'm going to focus on most, or the column I'm going to focus on, is a Broomfield family with 1 adult and 1 preschooler needs an annual income of $58,139 to make ends meet. The federal benchmark is $16,460 for a family of 2. Next slide, please. So what we're going to see is that just in a few years, from 2018 to 2022, that number has increased for that same family to $76,692, just to cover those basic necessities. And if you look up there, those basic necessities: housing, childcare, food, transportation, healthcare, broadband and cell phone, other necessities, which is a very small bucket, taxes, earned income tax credit, childcare tax credit, and the child care credit. So all of those start to offset that. And again, I put on that last slide, the link for this, as well as the end of this slide presentation, is that thing link for the self-sufficiency standard goal, or for 2022. Next slide, please. Before I get to that, I just want to comment one. So closing that wage gap between current wages and the self-sufficiency standard requires access to education, training, and jobs that provide real potential for skill and career advancement over the long term. So I don't want to ignore those pieces that also need to be done along with that self-sufficiency standard to start to elevate our workforce, both here in Broomfield as well as surrounding Broomfield. So the local minimum bill specifics. In 2019, the Colorado State Legislature passed an option for local government minimum wage, House Bill 191210, which I just talked about. This bill clearly laid out the requirements and restrictions for local governments to complete in order to establish a local minimum wage. Those being community engagement. It requires consultation with other local governments, engagement with chambers of commerces, small and large businesses that employ tipped workers, labor unions, and community groups. So that is what's required in the statute for us to complete if we were to go down this road. It was required what was required in Denver, and it was what was required in Boulder County when they established a local minimum wage. There's a cap of 10% of state jurisdictions that can act. And it does enable regional approach. Jurisdictions may jointly adopt through an IGA or a collective agreement, and that designated in statute for municipalities within a county. The effective date must coincide with the state increases on January 1st. Can't just be done on some other day. So in Boulder County, they established this late last year. On January 1st of 2024 was when that wage went into effect. And Denver, since 2019, has continued to enact on the January 1st. The escalation rate. It is limited to $1.75 increase or 15% annual increase, whichever is higher. So there is a threshold for how much that can grow. Statutory limits, the implementation date and the dates for escalation adjustments. The employed time and jurisdictions covered passing through is not, it does not cover workers and emancipated minors, no exceptions. Tip credit equal to state offset, so that offset in 2022 is $3.02. The policy discussion, it must include the target wage, the escalation and annual adjustments, covering unemancipated minors or not, and the enforcement piece of that. And of course, that tip calculation is in there, and you'll see that in just a moment. Next slide, please. Yes, so 2024 local wages. So current wages in communities pursuing new authority. So in Colorado in 2019 was when that law went into effect. So both in Denver, as you'll see on this chart, were both at $11.10. In 2020, that was when the state voters voted to get up to that $12 level. That was 90 cents increase, right? So in 2020, the level went to $12. However, Denver adopted their local minimum wage and their wage went up to $12.85. And you see that continued gap grow bigger until 2024, when the state's minimum wage is at $14.42 or $11.40 with tips. And the Denver's wage is $18.29 or $15.27 with tips. Next slide, please. And this just goes to show that this idea of minimum wage is continuing to grow throughout the region as well as the state. In the University of Colorado, effective July 1st, 2023, there is a minimum wage of $16 per hour for students, and then there is a minimum wage for non-students at $18 per hour at the university. Edgewater just recently passed their local minimum wage. In 2024, their local minimum wage will be $15.02 or $12 with tips. So they cleverly figured this out. At first glance, I wondered why their minimum wage at $15.02 was kind of an odd number. However, it's not an odd number because remember that $3.02 gap between wage earners and tipped workers. So that's how they figured it out. Their tipped workers were right there at $12. Boulder County, their 2024 wages, $15.69 or $12.67 with tipped workers. The Boulder City Council had this discussion, had a study session back on May 25th of 2023. They had decided that they wanted to continue to go towards a local minimum wage. Their council ended up rejecting a motion to join Boulder County in raising the minimum wage on July 1st, 2024, and a vote of 4-3, and that vote took place on August 24th of 2023. Council members commented, continue to work on the issue with a longer time frame, and with a greater regional working group that includes Longmont, Louisville, Lafayette, and Erie. And the idea that those council members said is back in May, we do not have the ability to go through this extensive process that's laid out in the statute in order to get this minimum wage approved and in effect by January 1st of 2024. So they did not feel comfortable in that short amount of timeline. So that was one reason, that was a big reason why that was rejected. Fort Collins, they had an ordinance at their May 16, 2023 council meeting, and that ordinance was rejected. They directed staff to explore joining the Boulder Consortium's regional effort or build their own regional coalition. Again, they cited similar concerns that the Boulder City Council did, which is the time frame was too short to go through the statutory process that was needed, as well as they wanted to make sure that they had a regional coalition such that the Boulder Consortium of Cities has been building. So the Boulder Consortium of Cities is still considering establishing a minimum wage. Those cities at this point include the city of Boulder, Louisville, and Longmont. And like I said, the conversations have been existing since 2019 when this conversation began. I was a member of that Boulder Consortium of Cities as a representative of Broomfield, so I've been involved in those conversations since 2019. I've learned a lot about this process since then, and was involved in kind of the understanding of what those Boulder Consortium cities were actually going through. Next slide, please. So one thing that we have, and you might remember this earlier, that the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment was required to do a report based upon the jurisdiction that had an elevated minimum wage versus the surrounding communities. Well, it just so happens that 2019, when Denver raised their minimum wage, in 2022, there would have to be a report done. So CDLE charges a report. So one of the things that we went through was how has the local minimum wage affected Denver? Opponents of the local minimum wage policies claim that such laws cause businesses to cut jobs, cut hours, and pass the higher cost to consumers and higher prices, which can result in fewer purchases. If those claims are true, we would likely see a drop in jobs, a drop in hourly earnings, and a drop in sales tax revenue collections in Denver, which increased its minimum wage compared to other jurisdictions. However, that has not happened. So what did happen? It turns out that Denver did better in all three categories compared to the rest of the state. Unemployment was lower, weekly earnings increased, and sales tax collections all outpaced the rest of Colorado. The opposite of what opponents of minimum wage said would happen, happened. With a higher minimum wage, Denver's unemployment rate was better than the rest of the state. Denver's unemployment was 5.54% in 2021 compared to 5.9% in the rest of Colorado. Overall, in 2021 and 2022, as Denver's minimum wage rose significantly, its unemployment dropped more than any jurisdiction in comparison. With a higher minimum wage, Denver's average weekly wage growth outpaced the rest of Colorado. In 2020, 2021, and 2022, weekly wages in comparable jurisdictions across Colorado remained stagnant or fell. But in Denver, weekly wages grew faster than the rest of the state by $52 in 2020, by $49.67 in 2021, and $24.67 in 2022. Each of the first 3 years since local minimum wage took effect, Denver maintained strong wage growth and a stronger wage growth than Colorado and comparative jurisdictions. With a higher minimum wage, Denver sales tax collections grew more than the rest of the state and those comparable jurisdictions. Between 2020 and 2022, Denver's per capita sales tax revenues at restaurants and bars increased by 85%, which was double the sales tax increase in Colorado and comparable cities. This data shows that per capita spending at Denver restaurants and bars outpaced per capita spending at these establishments statewide through 2021 and 2022. Denver not only recovered a greater reduction in spending in 2020 due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, but experienced more spending and more growth in spending at restaurants and bars in comparable cities and counties and the state as a whole. Next slide, please. So if we adjusted the cost of living across the counties, what should the minimum wage be? The report of the CDL's report also highlights the cost of living across counties in Colorado compared to the area's minimum wage. The counties around Denver and Colorado's ski towns are all an example, are all in need of adjusting their minimum wage laws to keep up with the cost of living. For example, and just pick one out, in 2021, the adjusted cost of living in Pitkin County, Aspen, remember Aspen is in Pitkin County, would require a minimum wage of $16.04, almost $4 higher than the statewide minimum wage of $12.32. The map below shows the counties whose minimum wage is below the equivalent minimum wage when projected for cost of living. So you can see the darker colors, and there's Broomfield there in purple, just so you don't lose it. But those are counties in blue that are that would show that their minimum wage needs to be higher in order to cover their cost of living within those communities. Counties with high cost of living, including Denver metro counties and outdoor recreation destination counties, so a lot of those rural resort communities, as the state has now called them, can use the CDLE's updated report as evidence to show that increasing local minimum wages does not have a disastrous economic consequences. And in fact, it has the opposite effect. Boosting income for our lowest earning people can have rebounding effects for productivity, spending, and tax revenue, making those counties more equitable and prosperous as places to live. Next slide, please. So I know that this has been a whole lot of information. Again, at the end of this slide is all of the information that I've used to create this presentation. That I need to lay out the possible pathway to Broomfield. Next slide, please. So the pathway for Broomfield. So to gather local data, very local data, we would need to hire a consultant to study that Broomfield specific and regional economic and market analysis. This is what was done in Denver. Probably should have been done more robustly in Boulder County, but we need to do it here in Broomfield to get that very specific information. A financial analysis of the city and county budget impacts. We would be silly not to go through that process as well to find out what the impact is going to be for the city and county of Broomfield. We would need to develop an engagement plan and approach. Again, there's the statutory requirements of what that engagement process looks like, and we have to follow those. Again, community forums, meetings with chamber of commerce, businesses, workers, unions, and community groups and nonprofits. Probably doing a community survey wouldn't help. Feedback from boards and commissions. Again, those are our tools that we have to get information and get advice from those people. We have to consider our enforcement approaches. In Denver, they have a local enforcement program. And the conversations that have existed outside of there, I believe it's Edgewater, do not have a local enforcement piece. So that is something that we would have to decide. We would, of course, have to decide, we would have to establish an ordinance to adopt a local minimum wage. We would have to communicate that decision, of course, and then the implementation, which could be as early as January 1st of 2025, but no sooner. Please note, a financial analysis related to an organizational self-sustaining compensation model would take effort and time for staff to complete, as well as follow-up conversations with council to solidify the policy details and desired approach. Some conversations have been occurring in Adams County, right? So there's another county that is having these conversations outside of Broomfield and Boulder and Denver. Who has been working on implementing a minimum wage, a local minimum wage, or a sustainable wage program for over a year. We would have the possibility to piggyback on their existing RFP to assist in gathering additional information, which is another tool that we have. Next slide, please. So these are my questions for council. Does council direct staff to complete an RFP for market and economic analysis? And again, that is that very local data that we need in order to have this conversation at length. Next question, does council direct staff to complete the analysis for the city and county budget implementation? Again, this is something that our finance department would have to go through the process to figure out what kind of impact a local minimum wage that is higher than the state level would have on our city and county budget. Third question, does council wish to continue efforts to work regionally with other counties and municipalities to find commonalities? Again, there are some jurisdictions like the city of Boulder that is looking to have this conversation outside of just the city of Boulder and work with other jurisdictions. We could either work with those same cities, we could work with Adams County. So we have some options to work outside of that, or as some jurisdictions like Denver and Edgewater have done, they've worked at it alone. So we have that option to decide, do we want to work at it alone, or do we want to work with regional partners? By working with regional partners, the city of Boulder has found out takes a little bit more time. So we need to put that into the calculation. And the last question I have, should the pathway consider implementation in 2025 or 2026 or later? Or the last option that I have in there is to remain at the set Colorado minimum wage. So we have different options for how to implement this or to not implement it at all. But because this has been a conversation since 2019, I was excited to finally talk with all of you about it. As you all remember, this was on a previous section 18 that council approved unanimously. And it was decided at that point, let's pull this back. Let's give it some more time so that we can have more full conversation. And that timeline was, let's talk about that the 2024 focus session. So here we are. I'm grateful that that we have finally gotten to have this conversation. And hopefully that information helps for a robust conversation. So that's all I have at this point. Thank you. Welcome, WDO.
Sure, I have a few questions. So, do we have a roadmap for what that quality due diligence looks like? So the state requires some sort of, engagement and stuff like that. Presumably, if we did not do that well enough, we would be opening ourselves up to some sort of liability. So do we have a sense of what we need to do in order to ensure that we have done good due diligence?
Right, so there are those pieces that are part of that statute, which lays out what those requirements are. You can look at what Boulder County did, and you can look at what Edgewater did, and you can look at what Denver did, and they did it on different timelines, and they did a different depth for each of those categories, and they did it through a different mechanism. So I think the ability to have those different models, we have the ability to say, what is Broomfield's model? Again, if we decide to go it alone, or we can partner with somebody else, but we can decide how far to go in each of those areas and what that looks like.
Okay. Cool, so it sounds like there's some flexibility there, and there are lots of good examples.
As long as we check all of those boxes, right, we have to ensure that, that we've done the communication or the community engagement, right? The community forum, meeting the Chamber of Commerce, but those are specified within the statute. And so we have to have those meetings, we have to check those boxes and ensure that those conversations happen. I think to bring those standards, we would have, depth of conversation with those different entities, right? We're not just checking a box, we're looking to ensure that we get, feedback, we're ensuring that we go through that robust process.
Cool, that's helpful, and then, can we circle back to that 10% figure, that 10% limit that's set at the state level? I didn't quite understand that, so I would just like a more comprehensive explanation, because I'm not completely grasping exactly what that is.
Right, so I think that so I believe that this was an amendment that was put on the bill, which said that we don't want to ensure that all of the states across Colorado do this. We don't want to have this plethora of, all these jurisdictions doing it. So they put a 10% cap on the jurisdictions that could do that. So the idea the other piece of that is by having jurisdictions able to work together, it only counts as one, right, as opposed to two entities. So, so the consortium of cities, if those three entities work together, that would only count as one, as opposed to three. Boulder County is just one, and Edgewater is one, and Denver is one. So all of those entities, so then you put on all those jurisdictions, and do we start to work towards that 10% jurisdiction threshold or not? But so for a lot of communities, as we get closer, we aren't close to that 10% threshold at this point, but as we get closer to that 10% threshold, there may be more pressure to start to work together in order to not count as in many jurisdictions.
Got it, so the denominator is still the number of separate regions or counties or something like that, right?
Right.
But the numerator is, okay, cool, I mean, this feels a little broken, but that's awesome, I love that.
Right, I think that was a compromise, right? That was a
Yes.
compromise. Yes, we can put a 10% in there, but yes, we can also allow jurisdictions to work together.
But not just like force that. Sure.
Right.
Okay, cool, that is helpful, those are my questions.
Awesome.
That was actually my first question was, the 10% is not population. It's the number,
No.
because then we're taking up all of that.
Right, so never jurisdictions, yes.
Gotcha, okay. And then the tip rate, you mentioned, that's in the state statute that we have to allow, it has to be $3.02.
Right, there has to be a $3.02 gap between, or it can be, right, and that's the maximum.
Okay. But you have to allow
Yes, it's that short limit, so the tip credit equals the state offset, which is that $3.02.
it. Got it, okay. And then what's the timeline that the board consortium and Fort Collins are laying out? If we want to join with them to do the same rates, the same procedure, what's their timeline? Are they looking for January of 2025, or they?
So that's a moving target, right? So they started these conversations in 2019. Not much was done. They had really hoped in 2023 that they would have this on the ballot for July 1st of 2020, or not on the ballot. They would hope they have it implemented on July 1st, January 1st of 2024. That did not happen. I believe that they're working towards that January 1st, 2025 goal. However, as we are seeing, much of that same conversation that happened in Boulder City Council in March, May of 2023, they did not feel like they had enough time. We are moving rapidly towards that same timeframe, and not enough work has been done. So they're going to have a lot of work to get done before fall, so that they can pass an ordinance and implement in January 1st of 2025.
Because it seems to me like, for us, starting now, January 1 of 2025 is fast.
It would be very fast.
And it seems like if we're gonna do adequate, and not just adequate, but if we're gonna do robust community engagement and stakeholder meetings, I think that's gonna take longer than 6 months.
It will.
So I like the idea of partnering with the wider region, because I think that makes sense. But if they're pushing for next year, I think that's a little bit for us instead of,
Definitely, and I think that's one of those, first pieces that has to be discussed, is what is your timeline and what are those things that you've already gotten done? So, you know, when we're looking at Adams County and seeing that they're starting the RFP process, means they're ahead of us, right? So we have that advantage to kind of piggyback on top of their RFP and get that result specific data. If we were to work with a jurisdiction that hasn't started that process, we're going to be further behind in that process than where some of these other jurisdictions are.
Just to follow on that, the Boulder County engagement session is February through April. Are you suggesting we could join in that schedule?
We potentially could be, right? So this is where those regional conversations get a little tricky. That just because, Boulder County or, the city of Boulder, some of those cities are going to have conversations with their chamber of commerce. Brookfield would also have to have conversations with our chamber of commerce as well, to ensure that we're going through that process. So it doesn't remove the amount of work that we have to do. We still have to do that work. But I think, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, the question is, we would have to catch up and be on those same schedules, because that's the schedule they've laid out in order to get this, viable for, January 1st, 2025.
I think they're on the January first. Just along that question, the 86-88%, I assume most people who are migrating, traveling back and forth are not doing that for minimum wage jobs, or doing that.
I think that is one of those things we'll find out in that very specific Brookfield data. We don't know that for sure, right? This is the migration data came out of the U.S. Census Bureau, and we don't know that specific data for what types of jobs those are. We do know that those are mixed, right? We know that some of those jobs are interlocking at some of our headquarters, and some of them are jobs that exist within our low minimum wage jobs.
So if we raise the minimum wage rate, it would benefit people who live in Brookfield. Yes, we're looking for investments to.
Correct, I think it's, again, I think it's a mess, but we would find that out more so when we went through that local data information.
And I assume our other neighbors, Adams County and Jefferson County are not. They close to the.
So Adams County, yes, right, so we would be able to piggyback, because they're further along in the process of the Brookfield at this point. So we would be able to piggyback on that. At this point, I have not heard that Jefferson County is pursuing this, at this point.
So there is a possibility that the neighbors on the east and west side will raise their minimum wages within the next 2 years potentially.
That is correct. Yeah, the Boulder County already has for all unincorporated.
But I think for their surrounding cities. And just what I was doing a little calculating just to be clear, so the number that those sound more significant than they are. So the state minimum wage is 30,000 annual salary, Boulder is 32,600. Denver minimum wage is 38,000. For both of Brookfield, if we went, you know, right now we're at 30,000. So typical rental rent is $2,000 a month, $24,000 a year. So you're making minimum wage, which is a $6,000 margin. And minimum wage. I just was curious because, and really the difference between state and the other places doing about $2,500 more than that. So it's not significant in that sense, but for someone getting that now, proportionally significant. Also, if you do raise it, and they say that most people working minimum wage, say as a single parent, they would still be eligible for SNAP, despite the increase. So we wouldn't be inadvertently cutting people off on other benefits that they might need as single parents. Right.
Right, and I talked about that in the very beginning, right? It's that over reliance, right? It's that dependency. And so that's what that's also sustainable wage job. It allows you to live without those necessary kind of over realization of this over reliance.
One last question to you, Simon. Most of the criticism of the minimum wage is lack of businesses. And federal minimum wage typically go on for many years and they suddenly increase it without notice, and that creates problems that businesses can't plan ahead. In this sense, we would be able to give businesses ideally 6 months, or is there anything built in the minimum notification, like when the increase in the economy?
You know, that's a great question. And it's not something that I am totally knowledgeable about. I know that Denver's, their lead time was a little bit longer, Boulder County's was fairly short.
So I don't believe that there is a requirement for that lead time, but I think to do, right on your community, that you give them as much lead time as possible. And I think that to Councilman Marshall's point, 6 months to go through this process, plus that, communication of the decision, could be rushed.
It's possible we could do it by January 1st, 25, but realistically, it's January 1st, 26.
Correct.
Which is substantially reduced. Okay. Councilman Williams?
When, I attended as a council rep, requested by the chamber, I attended the chamber coffee the other week, and, the reaction was in reference to Boulder, that they had heard that there was not enough community engagement in Boulder. So it seems, as Councilmember Loma was talking about, that there's a variance obviously allowed in what you do. So, how would we guarantee, I mean, would we as, would staff outline what the community engagement was going to be like, that we would, because I would definitely want to know that there was a robust level of communication, community engagement. And apparently there's an impression, what I heard in the business community was that there was an impression that Boulder did not do enough community engagement.
Definitely, I think that we as council can send that signal to staff for a robust community engagement process. I think that we just most recently had that example portrayed to us with the open space and trail master plan, which looked at, all of these different events, all of these different ways in which they collected that community engagement. Even to the point where you had a map of all of these different spots where they got that information, and so I think that Broomville is very experienced in terms of robust community engagement. So I think one, it would be wrong for us not to do that robust communication, but also very easy for us to implement that robust communication because we've done it before.
Okay, the data that you pulled from Denver about, it didn't cut jobs, didn't cut hours, cut sales tax. Well, for one thing, I was thinking about the timing, looking at the timing of that. We had a kind of an anomaly here with the pandemic. So, in that anomaly then got me thinking about, is there any consideration of, if you set this in motion, is there any consideration that there could be a situation in time where the economic conditions were such that you wanted to put a brake on this? So what would be the options of that?
Right, so remember that the Colorado minimum wage is adjusted by CPI, right? So that means it can go up and it can go down. So depending on what mechanism Broomfield established, it could go up or go down, right? Depending on those economic realities.
So what other economic reality? I was familiar with the CPI as the economic, determination of up and down. Unemployment, we're in a recession, what could be those rates that we say, well, we still want to go through with that? Would that be completely, is it possible? Once we set it in motion, I guess we could do an ordinance to undo it, a council, I'm thinking long term. But would there be any parameters we would set up front that would say, these are signals that make us, that should cause council or staff to examine the possibility that we want to put a brake on this at some point in time?
Right, so that is all stuff that we would determine, so that escalation piece, what is that timeline, what is the frequency at which the local minimum wage was adjusted, right? So we have the ability to go into those pieces. To your question about what are the other mechanisms besides CPI,
Right when you asked that question, I started to jog my brain and think of the other, community that has adjusted it differently than CPI. And I'll have to get back to you on that, because my brain is just,
CPI, producer present tax.
I'm not sure if that's what it is. I'll definitely get back to you.
Okay. The other, okay, so we, in the work, being assigned to workforce, at the state level, we've talked a lot about quality jobs. Okay, so that has me thinking, and when we think about quality jobs, certainly it's the self-sufficient wage. But, you know, we've also identified, well, obviously, other financial factors like providing healthcare, flexibility in paternity leave, you know, those kind of things. So how do you address an objection that would say, we don't want to force an employer into a situation where they have to raise the minimum wage and then feel like they can't offer, say they have a, let's say they are generous and they offer a 25-hour week employee healthcare. They don't have to, but they do as part of their, employee base. So if they're raising the minimum wage and then they feel like they can no longer offer that 25-hour week employee healthcare, well, that's part of that quality job picture that would question, I guess, well, what is of value to that employee? And that, it could be that the healthcare is more important to that employee or that employee's family and his dependents too, than $1 an hour wage more. Can you address that?
Yeah, so the Center, the Colorado Center for Law and Policy, as well as the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, both stated that, closing the wage gap between current wages and that self-sustainable standard requires access to education, training, and job to provide real potential for skill and career advancement over the long term. So just by raising their level of pay isn't necessarily going to close that gap between that current wage and that self-sufficient wage. So there's other things that have to go into that as well. I think that you bring up a great point about health benefits, and I think, to our chart, that is one of those high cost drivers in terms of that cost of basic necessities for an individual or their family. So I think that, that is a piece of that overall, kind of covering their cost of living within a community, right? So if those things do start to offset. I think the other piece that I would address is the $25 minimum wage, right? When we're talking at this point, Colorado minimum wage is $14.42. Denver's minimum wage at this point is $18.49. That $25 an hour minimum wage is well above that. So I think that, we're not going to jump to $25 minimum wage next year by any means. There are some businesses here in Broomfield that are already paying above that Colorado minimum wage of $14.42, right? So we have those select businesses that we see out front, right? Hiring out at $18 an hour, hiring at $17 an hour. So we have those businesses that are already paying on that minimum wage. So what this does, it raises that floor, as opposed to leaving that floor down.
What's the conversation about business size and application to different size businesses? Have there been those conversations in other local governments?
That's a great question. I think that there have been some other statewide programs that have looked at that, in terms of healthcare, looking at the size of the business. I will have to get back to you on that specific to see if there's within that statute, if there's a ability to look at the requirements in terms of business size to see if there's something that can be done there. But
Okay.
I don't believe there is. I didn't see that with Edgewater. I didn't see that with Denver, and I didn't see that with Boulder County. So I'm thinking that there probably isn't, but I'll look into that and see if there is.
Okay.
I just had a follow-up to what Councilmember Lynn said. From personal experience, I can tell you that, if you're making minimum wage, even if your employer offers health insurance, you're gonna be on Medicaid. And if they raise minimum wage $3 an hour, you're still gonna be on Medicaid. Yeah, so I don't necessarily think that maybe it might have some employers not offer insurance, but it wouldn't really, in my opinion, wouldn't have that much impact on those actual employees. The only thing I really think you can do better, but to come to the John's point, Medicaid is all or nothing thing based on income. Snap is, you get, it's basically, so you raise your salary $3 an hour, you're going to get less in food benefits, so. That's something to think about, but I don't think it's necessarily a reason not to, depends on the family, so. Yeah. That's all, yeah, that's all kind of makes sense. That was more Nagel.
Thank you for bringing this forward. I know it's been a long time coming, and I've seen a lot of long rants with the oil and gas discussion, I've seen a lot of long rants with this, raising the minimum wage. I know that this is a long time coming, so I do really appreciate this conversation. It was actually brought to our attention at the Metro Area County Commissioner meeting as well, from Commissioner Sullivan. And of course, Commissioner Layton, who I've known since the 8th grade, brought back from, county commissioners out of, Douglas County. And there seems to be sort of, this idea of who does, minimum wage actually help? So, we had a discussion and we thank you for actually asked you for, to bring someone in that can speak to us about that. And that expert basically said it just kind of depends on which kind of filter you look at it through. So, if there's any sort of studies that we can have moving forward, I completely support this. I do want to, not rush things. I want to work in a super collaborative fashion, especially with our Chamber of Commerce. I think it's highly necessary though, we need to move as quickly as possible. I will say just, in the future, as we do, more studies on this and we bring more stakeholder work, making sure that we also view it through the lens of, and this is what MAC views it through, because we really elevate, our number one goal is to work regionally on our unhoused population. And so looking at through that filter and using studies on, those people who are, going to be most affected, particularly in that way. We will hear from the business community, and they'll say, hey, this, might slow housing down, because the cost of housing or labor, might go up, or what, I'm not quite sure. And we can hear those stakeholders too, but, I do want to just remind council, a lot of us do work on, issues that particularly affect, on those vulnerable, so I would like to make sure that's included.
And just want to clarify, so, Commissioner Philpott out of Owen County and, Commissioner Layton out of Douglas County.
Correct. Did I mistake? Did I mistake?
I want to make sure for our listening public that everybody's.
Yeah, and then out of Douglas County, they just had a presentation actually about moving forward with minimum wage, and they kind of gave their documents, and I'll send this off to actually city council, so you guys actually have both sides. But we brought someone in to just sort of give us the facts and, kind of be this middle person, and he essentially said minimum wage works depending on, what country you're looking at it for, what's the end game, and who are we assisting here?
Right, and just want to make sure, so, if I can help me, that last slide of the presentation, it provides some resources. So we can put that up, just to make sure that we have, those different studies, out of the CPLP as well as the CPLE. And I would also say too, so when we are looking at this, the wage issue, there's definitely two parts. So there's one, the minimum wage goes up, but also it creates a compression issue as well about that. So we have to acknowledge that there will be compression issue, not only for CCLB operations, but also for businesses as well. Again, that is another reason for that long on-run, is to ensure that we take care of that compression issue as well as just that minimum wage. So when we are looking, at a more complex or more, larger, business that has, many minimum wage jobs, and really that when we move that minimum wage up, it does create that compression above there, and so we should take it account that piece of job. Again, that offers another rationale for why it's no longer being done. Yes, another way.
I have one clarification question as it relates to the training of IGAs with any other city, county, or towns. When two governments enter into that IGA, they are bound to that same percent increase. And if they go, I'm gonna go up to a 15% increase or the dollar cents each year until we get, let's say, $20 an hour. So we'll be bound by that. If, let's say, this council were to either now or in the future decide it wants to do something higher than that, what does that process look like? We have to wait for the IDA and then start the process over and doing the stakeholder engagement and all the communication stuff, or is there a simplified process where we've already done this, the studies and whatnot, we just need to be the engagement and communication with businesses, etc. And then, yeah, can you answer that question?
I can try. Okay, so this hasn't been done, right? So nobody's put together an IGA and then run it. That just hasn't happened yet. Piece of putting an IGA together, those communities in both counties, they're really put an IGA together just to work together. Right, but they aren't bound to that in terms of what comes out on the other end, because there are different communities may have different thoughts, so they may end up with 3 different minimum wage, because they don't all work together. So that's a possibility of what could happen. And I think to your point, they can also do an IGA where they're all committed to the same timeline and the same percent increases based upon some mechanism, CPI, and depending on how they move forward, it could become possible that when they get to that end, they break that IGA or they're in the middle of it. I would say that based upon, this is my opinion, and I would hope that this would be the process, that by changing your trajectory forward, that you should do sort of stakeholder engagements, because now, like you said, in a way, you are starting that process over. You are changing the trajectory for where you are going, and it would be wise of you to ensure that you have all of those stakeholders in that process moving forward, as opposed to just changing it without that stakeholder process.
And another reason I asked that question is, yeah, the city and county movement is very different. The AMI compared to the Addison County, or County, or America. And reading, just was reading the bill that the previous was, and I didn't see that when I saw that division. I think for me, it would be, I would be comfortable with entering into an IGA with Adams County to look at to get the process started, so we're kind of going on the same track and seeing where the leaders council sit, where the county commissions sit, and see if it is appropriate to bind ourselves to each other, or through that process we determine, well, we want to go higher, lower, we want to go higher, I think so.
That's a really great point. So the idea of working together to determine those commonalities or differences in the early part of the process. So if you're talking about that our AMI is different than it is interesting to see that those differences aren't as large as one could potentially think about firsthand. So it is are these differences great enough that we can work together, or are they similar enough that we can work together? And I think that we have to go through that early in the process to determine whether or not we're common enough to work through the process to the end, or just work through the process at the beginning. So I think that's a great point.
And I know one of the questions was when we should have to implement this. I guess January 1st, 2026 is probably more realistic, just from staffing perspective and the gathering. I think what mechanism to tie it to. When I read the bill, I didn't see anything that required us to look at just CPI or EPI or anything like that. So I wonder if it would be more appropriate to tie it maybe to the median household sales. and say, we're continuously talking about, we need income aligned housing, we need people to not be spending more than 3 times their their monthly cost of housing. Would not be more than 3 times. The total price should not be 3 times. And so I think if we wanna really accomplish that goal, I would tie it to what does housing market look like, or what is a median sale price, kind of aggregate a monthly. cost. If that makes sense.
No, and I think that that's something that we would get to determine later in the process, of what is that mechanism, right? Those are later processes as opposed to on the front process.
Yeah.
But I think that, you know, the IGA, the point, that initial IGA, we were working with Adams County, it's really around kind of that data collection and that information, as opposed to that long-term commitment of the IGA. That sets out a very different, you know, path forward. I think that, I would say we're not quite there to establish a long-term relationship, but much more of a, early in the process relationship. Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, this is super helpful and, kind of wanna, I received a lot of emails regarding like unintended consequences, and it seems like that's not what the conversation is right now. This is more about the study piece. And I know some people put their, input in, and I'll just share, so my quick touches are not questions. I'll just say that one, four, different mind reached out to let me know how their business went under, the company from COVID, January 1st was the raise of the Denver minimum wage to other businesses with 30 people. That was the piece that's so terrific. So I'm like looking at this, there's a piece here that we need to realize is not all roses for everyone, but that's not the discussion today. So putting all those questions aside, I guess it comes down to the questions you laid out as path forward. And do we know, because this depends on how you approach this, there's a significant effort that needs to go into this study. Do we know, like, how many FTEs, what that cost would be? Do we know any of that? Sometimes that would be determined at a later date. Would you understand just how much of an effort our staff is putting in? Do you have an idea what that is? Yes.
Right, so the first part definitely is that data gathering, right? So it's our RFP process for that market and economic analysis. That part, we were piggybacking on top of, with Adams County would be a decreased cost, right? So there is some cost savings there. In terms of that FTE over the long-term fees, I don't know if we've established that. However, we have a great economics with Jeff Lamine, who was part of the Denver administration when they went through the process. So that is a tool that we have that none of these other communities have. So he's, like a Swiss Army knife there, these other communities have a spoon.
I'm glad I just, okay, and then, okay, so here's the other, like, part of this question. Would there be any benefit to us monitoring one another? And I hear where Councilman Ward is coming from, it's like, how much can you do together before you're like walking together, but, or could we just monitor for a year and see where other jurisdictions land? Is that an option? Would that say, I guess it is an option, would that, save us, would that reduce any of that effort, or would we still get to have anything out?
Right, so I guess it depends on, what the conversation is, right? So, Boulder County, and those consortium cities and the city of Boulder have continued to have those conversations. We've been able to watch that. We watched what happened down in Denver. We watched what happened in Edgewater, and communities are having these conversations, right? So for us to just monitor and watch what happens, I think would be a whole gamut. Or we can actively participate in that conversation and have our own conversation with our own residents and our own business community, and go through that process ourselves. So, I mean, I think there is the option to do nothing. I mean, that's why I put one of those out as within board questions, just to remain in the color and minimum wage. Or should we start to have this conversation, which is something that, our community, that we have brought this conversation up. This has been a conversation that has been going on since 2019, and do we continue to move that forward, or do we not?
So if it's the fourth question, kind of that one, monitor, or nothing to monitor,
Or don't.
or don't.
Yeah, that's definitely an option.
And then just to, so comfortable, like the question you asked there, like, you have to renegotiate the IGA, but if you, just to clarify, if you were moving forward in that whole study process and you continue with the jurisdiction, then your minimum wage would be, your minimum wage would be required to be the same. Or out of the study for that study determined levels.
For sure, right, so you could establish what that IGA is. We are way too early in the process to establish an IGA that says, here's our timeline, here's our increase, and here's the mechanism that does that. We're way too early in the process for that. But if we establish an IGA just for that data collect, that early data collection point, I believe that we can.
Okay, thank you.
And I think to your point too, because we don't know where this is going, we don't know kind of all of those decision points. So one of those decision points is around enforcement. Because we don't know what that decision is at this point, we can't say what this long-term FTE is going to be. But through this process, we can determine what type of expenses will come for the city of Pattyville, both in terms of raising that minimum wage as well as FTEs.
Okay, so one of the questions here is analysis for CCOB budgetary implications, was that the budgetary implications of moving forward with the study? Or was that the budgetary implication of having them in wage?
I think that's the greater thing, right? So when we're taking a look at the bulk of the money, for the CCOB budget implementation, it's definitely going to be that minimum wage, going up. But I do think that we also have to take into consideration the FTEs, and that community engagement process as we go through this conversation. Did I say that? Is that correctly?
Buckets.
Yes.
One is getting there, and then outreach engagement, it requires 4 different departments, and so it's carrying it out afterwards. I don't think since that, our focus has been coordinating number of employees internally, that aren't at the end of the wage. What that amount looks like. The most complex and expensive for us, as I would think for any business, is gonna be that compression. That's gonna be a significant shift, and it doesn't work like a light switch. I would say, we're turning it on, and now something's occurring, and we're gonna turn it off. And that'll be, part of that RFP, conversation.
Anyone else?
A follow-up question, which is the opposite direction of Austin's, Councilwoman Wood's question, was if we were to work in partnership with, say, Adams or Boulder, or say we were decide to go our own way, is there any way with which we could rejoin that? Is there a mechanism to do that?
Yes, so there is a piece, there's a piece where you basically have to establish what that timeline is. So Baldwin County has put that possibility in there for other communities to join the IGA with Boulder County. And that availability is, that ability for them to do that, that still exists within their current IGA. So they could create an IGA and still follow within the same timeline, still follow with all those pieces. That at a certain point will be cut off, so they can't just, do this in 3 years. That possibility runs out, and there's a time limit for that. We couldn't join with Denver at this point to create an IGA for that, right? The other pieces of those mechanisms are moving too far ahead for us to join into that IGA, so we just couldn't do that. So there is a time, threshold in which that can be done, as well as if those IGAs are written in such a way that has the ability for other communities to join into that IGA.
Okay, so then I guess in this case hypothetically, if we kind of went our own way, enacted our own local minimum wage, and then, or say Boulder went their own way, did their whole thing, we would never reach out.
I think it would be hard for us to do, especially if we said, January 1st of 2026. Because I do believe that those other communities are needing to have to join in January 1st of 2025.
So I think that there's that piece is going to be a sticking point for us. To be able to.
Okay, that's just helpful for my understanding of this, and then I think that was my last question, so what were the 4 questions that you asked? And then I can get you open.
Well, second last slide, right?
Yeah, signal, thank you.
So I mean, I think, I am a huge supporter of this, so absolutely to the first one, absolutely to the second one. I would be open to exploring who we should partner with. I don't have, that's not a statement. And then, the amount of time to do this right, I'm sure some of us wanted this done yesterday, right? But I definitely understand that 2026 is the appropriate time to do this right, because I think that's the most important for us.
Okay, great. And I did put up there, you know, the 2025, 2026 or later, right? So there is the ability to do it later, but I think that what you're saying is 2026 at the earliest.
So what I'm saying is that I wanted, I'm one of the people who wanted this done last year, right? And so obviously like 2025 would be awesome, but I want to make sure that we can do this correctly, right? That's the most important thing by far, so I can hold my horses.
Thank you. Councilor Wynn.
Similar to Councilmember Odile, I agree 1, 2, and, we can continue looking and exploring other municipalities and, areas around us, but I definitely think this is a priority in Bloomfield just because, as you pointed out in the presentation, there is an urgency and there is a, sense of jobs are leaving, not leaving, but obviously a lot of people are migrating, working other places outside of the country. So I feel like much of Metro, we have to stay competitive and competitive salaries and need more jobs. Yes, regionally we can and would prefer 2025, but given the robust opportunity, we have to do this is likely.
Yes. Regionally makes sense to me, but I would want us to defer to staff somewhat on that to see what they prefer. I would want to have their voice heard on that. And I would be a little different, say 2026 at the earliest. I'm thinking, I understand the importance of open space in Broomfield, but that took 2 years for them to do community engagement. And that this is certainly at least equal to the importance, in our business community and our residents. So it's gonna, 2026 maybe is where I'm.
But it sounds like your emphasis is on that, ensuring that we do that robust community engagement.
Right,
Regardless.
and I appreciate your reference to what we just did with open space, because I do feel like that was a very robust process, but, like I said, I think they started on that 2 years ago. So we haven't, we haven't got 2 years for community engagement, passing an ordinance, and having an implementation, at notice enough ahead of time and get to 2026 possibly.
Right.
Unfortunately.
And I do think that one of the early pieces of the conversation is what does that timeline look like, right? So establishing, as we get into the conversation, it's starting to build, when realistically we can get to that point. That's when the city of Boulder started to look at their timeline. They said there's not a way that we can get through all of this in 6 months. There's just not enough time. And other folks said there was time. So I think that, one of the pieces that Broomfield has is the confidence of staff to evaluate this process, but also the public engagement process, which I think is something that we have here on Broomfield that other communities, may not have as much on. So again, to your point, working regionally may create some benefits and it may create some negatives. So I think that, you know, there is that possibility as well, is adding some benefits to working regional. So thank you for your comments. Councilmember Ransford.
Okay, thank you. I wanna just take a little step back here. So the first question, to complete the RFP, that is just to put the RFP together to go out to actually then get that full market and economic analysis, which is a big piece.
Right.
So do we know what, I mean, it feels like we're going this direction, but do we know what the effort is to create the RFP that's gonna be substantially less than the actual full market and economic analysis? So if we direct them to do the RFP, that would take a certain amount of staff time. Do we know it? I mean, I hope we're considering these pieces, you know, as we scrutinize everything we do, because everything costs, takes FTEs and costs money, so that piece is, June, did you find out what that RFP needs? So that would be a minimal effort, right? And then when we get the RFP back, we're not committing to the full-blown market economic analysis, just to find out what that's. Or you're saying, we're providing direction to move forward with this full-blown market and economic analysis that we don't know what it entails.
Right, so you put the RFP together to gather, the purpose of that RFP is to gather that market and economic analysis. So we're going through that process in order to get to that final piece, which is to gather the market and economic analysis.
So we're talking, if we say yes to the first one, we're committing to that full-blown market analysis, which we don't know what that effort includes. Probably what the cost of that is.
Correct. I mean, I don't know if we've necessarily figured out what those costs are going to be in terms of what that consultant contract would look like to gather the market and economic analysis. It'll definitely be a lot less if we work with another community as opposed to working by ourselves. So there's another advantage of working together with another community.
Okay, because
Is that enough? Or I mean, is that sufficient or is there detail on this?
We can look at doing that standalone, and we can look at, what the cost would be to team with Adams. I'm not familiar with where Boulder is, or, you know, the Boulder County rollout. The reason they could move so swiftly is because as an employer, they didn't do compression. And so they rolled this out and deployed it, without having that complex piece in there, and it led to, a whole different series of unintended consequences. So we'll do our best, to provide as much information as we can, on both of those, but it would behoove us to begin saving funds. Preliminary calculations that we have right now would be about $1 million for Broomfield, for CCOE, to get to that minimum wage piece. We haven't done any calculations regarding staff time over the next 2 years, nor with the compression issue. We just scratched the surface. We don't have additional. But we would, again, fiduciary, it would be incumbent upon us, knowing that this is the direction that we're going in, that we should start saving those funds now, and preparing for what it looks like for the 2 years out, or 1 year out, or whatever you all decide.
Right, so there, I mean, there's the piece that, it could meet the threshold in terms of a council budgetary approval, or it may be under that, right? I don't know if we know that at this point where that that consultant contract's going to be. I'm gonna put it out there that because this is a council conversation, that's something that we should discuss.
That's kind of what I'm getting at, this, I don't wanna agree to move forward in an RFP and to do all this, but I wanna understand how much this is really costing and how much that I'm taking, so I'd be okay with as we're going forward and looking at, because it sounds like that's the direction we're going, but we need to take this a little bit slower and make sure we understand what we're committing. I hope that's helpful, I just feel like we're taking too big of a step at this moment. And then that compression piece, I think if I understand what, Andrew Hoffman is referring to, is that when you raise a lower minimum wage, then everyone kind of bumps up accordingly. Now everyone's making more and then you see inflation and then you go, oh dear, those people at the minimum wage, now everything costs more. I mean, we see it happen. It's kind of like this repetitive piece and that's why everyone keeps on moving up. So there's I don't know how you move up the lower wage earners without that tier effect. So I want to approach this much more cautiously. And I agree with Councilor Linda, I think 2026 is reasonable and I understand this desire in the study, but I think we need to understand what that's gonna cost us. Because we have other council, I mean, we're going to hear some more council focus session discussions and we have our set priorities. So it's like, that concerns me and that is my, that's as good of an input as I can give you.
Right, no, and that helps. I think that you answered all those different questions. We have to get through some of those early steps first, right, before we can make a decision on the next step. So we have to understand the market and economic analysis first to determine whether or not, or kind of what that gap looks like, right? We have some great data out of both the CDLE's report as well as the CCLP's reports. We have good data right there to show kind of what that self-sustainable wage is, as well as the impacts of raising that local minimum wage within Denver. We also have to understand that very localized data within that market and economic analysis. We have to know that. And I would say that we have to understand the impact that is going to be for the city, county, of Bloomfield's budget. We have to know those two things before we can say, yep, we're moving towards raising it at this rate or at this percentage. And this time, we can't make any of those decisions until we have that information at the very beginning. Does that help?
I think it helps, mine's exercise caution because this could come through something very quickly.
For sure. And I think to your last piece is that 2026 could be at the very earliest, but even that would seem like it's rusting. So I appreciate your feedback. There.
Thank you. Would it be more cost effective for us to partner with Adams County and share the costs since they're already ramping up and they were working with them already, at least in conversation with that. Would that be a cost savings, Manager Hoffman, if we partner with Adams County on the study?
I think it would be, primarily because Adams County's breadth and depth of what they're already researching includes, anecdotally Broomfield. But we want a deeper dive in Broomfield, but piggybacking on that RFP, I don't think it would come, I know everything we say is on the record, so I don't want to say what I think that amount would be. I am confident that it would be under the 100,000 in order to piggyback. Okay. That doesn't include our calculations or our work behind the scenes for the talk, right? Strictly the cost of the RFP.
And I think to the statement that I made early on in the council meeting, this is obviously when we are looking, whether it's air quality monitoring, whether we're looking at local minimum wage, we have to decide what are those resources and what is the allocation of priorities going to be. So what is going to be removed in order to do this? What funds are going to not be expended because we're going to save for this for the long run? So we have to make those decisions, and it's, finding ways to cut those expenses, obviously is a good way to do that. And, that's one advantage that we have with other people going through this process is to say, are we able to get the information that we need while not spending a lot of money to do that?
So how do we decide whether to partner with them? Direction or?
So this is,
I don't know.
So we've heard from 5 council members, I believe, so far, that have said it makes sense to at least look at the possibilities of partnering with a jurisdiction. I would lump myself into that 5 and add one more to 6. Saying that it makes sense for us to at least explore that. We'd be silly not to. But I don't think that we have to be beholden to it. If it doesn't work, or if it doesn't make
monetary sense to do that. So I think that there's been support to at least explore that option.
I would plan on that, we're going to the size of Adams County, economically, it makes sense. But that's not the file, I think we already have a lot of this data already, just a matter of analysis and completing it. To your questions, I think we're 10 years into hyperinflation and housing prices, which is what's driving this. There's interesting statistics that you gave, minimum wage 60 years ago was $1.30, which would be about $13 today. But housing prices were an average of 20,000 then, and that was 200,000, we were 3 times that. So it's the housing prices that are driving this minimum wage tax. So I think we should move with some urgency. And if we partner, that's the best way and there's position way to do that. And plus, we want to be somewhat in sync, especially with Adams County. So let's move in that direction and see where we get to. I think there's plenty of time, even in 2025, that people know this county, we plan ahead. And as you noted, fears about minimum wage increases generally are not realized in terms of job compression. There is compression, but there's also economic gain in terms of consumer spending on the other end.
Anyone else on this subject? All right, questions down. Did you get clear, direction on what those next steps can look like?
We're gonna seek the most cost effective, the most immediate way to partner. So it's not to piggyback, so we are not doing the harm. Just so everybody's clear. We're piggybacking with an existing RFP that Adams County is doing to do the data collection and analysis. That RFP for Adams County, again, I'm not familiar with any of the other jurisdictions. Part of that is not providing where we should be, or even the range. It's demographic information, which then feeds to the community engagement. So there's a reason that this is a linear process. And then that feeds into those focus group questions and survey questions and all of those other components. So this is, if I'm hearing you, reaching out to Adams County and saying, yes, how do we memorialize moving forward with you on your RFP? What are the milestones and deliverables? And how much is it gonna cost us to piggyback?
And I think knowing that information provides us that decision point, right? In terms of, no, that timeline's too long, or those deliverables aren't correct, we need to go along, right? So you have that next decision point in which we can make is to say, yes, let's go with Adams County, or no, do it wrong, right? I think that's the next decision point.
Yes, well, I mean, what
I see that.
Yeah.
That is our next decision point, so, it sounds like it gets more information from the Adams County process, and we'll be able to make that next decision point in not too long.
I'll have to liaise. So if you need a liaiser.
Yeah. I'm the only user. It's anecdotal, but, I have a meeting on Monday with Alicia Rice, who is the Adams County deputy, it's, on a different issue, but happy to ascertain what that timeframe and milestones are. It's swift. And I've seen their timeline, I did not commit it to memory, but I'll know more on the.
Okay. All right, it is 12:20, which means we are 5 minutes past our lunch break. I apologize for that. But we do have a working lunch, which we are going to be covering council rules and procedures. So lunch is served over here. Please grab a quick lunch. Let's be back to our seats in say 5 minutes. One of the things that we want to discuss was our council rules of procedure. This is been fun. Hey, it goes to the back. Hey, we're going. One of the things that we have talked about is the idea of ensuring that with each council that comes on, that we have an update to those, that we at least have an opportunity for discussion around those council rules and procedures. So this has been something that while we, created and amended council rules and procedures in December 2023, we really haven't addressed that with this council, in terms of those council rules and procedures. So we thought that this was the next best opportunity to discuss that. We wanted to make sure that we had this conversation, and Councilmember Marshall suggested, let's do it over lunch, so this is a little bit less of a formal conversation. There's no real presentation, it's much more of a discussion. So could we do this during lunch? We said, sure, let's try to do it during lunch. So, you all have been sent the council rules and procedures that are most current. Thank you, Kelly, for doing that. Looking at the different elements within the council rules and procedures, we have discussed that there may be some changes that we are going to need to make. And maybe some things that we don't need to make. So we've gotten to, one of those instances that we just recently changed was the order of business. Right, so we eliminated some of those additional pieces that we had in there, what it was 18 sections long in terms of our order of business. We are now down to 7. So it's very much different. We've gotten to play with that model for about a month and a half or so now. And we can say, should we tweak that, or should we continue to go through that model and that order of business? And so there might be some other pieces within there as well. One of those conversations that we've had a lot of conversation about is the legislative piece. And do we want to make any changes to that? So I know that some members of council have been digging deep into this and suggesting there may be some areas where they would like to see some changes, and other people that are interested in this conversation. So Councilmember Marshall, should you like my you to pick up those sections that you've been doing?
Sure. Thanks for you to start. That you.
Start in order.
So. I have a council rule pulled up, but I have not my.
Let's do, never propose edit.
Somewhere.
Well, when the legislative session is in full swing like it is now, we will have monthly legislative updates, so that really did take a lot of time, like the last meeting. And our main event with the open spaces, parks, master plan, all those folks were kind of having to sit through it. So one obvious one is, do y'all want to move that? Out of respect for our applicants and presenters. Our lobbyist doesn't mind me, she's usually in at the Capitol until all over the night, she said, so as long as it's not too much of a strain of Renee. We can move it around. Everybody cool with that? Any kind of problem?
I think that's kind of in line with, now that I'm looking at the order of business, that's kind of in line with what we have on there, where reports are later in the agenda after action items, whereas right now we have them before the action items. So I think that's more in line from what we have.
So just to clarify, so we've moved reports as a whole on the agenda below. So city manager's report, attorney's report.
Well, the one person that requested that they be a higher Councilmember Leslie, it was for if they had reports, that there would be more people for the manager and attorney's reports in the earlier part of the meeting. But a lot of times we don't have those reports, and we can always move up a high interest manager report, such as the first page and the demolition plan that we did. So that's flexible when it's warranted.
Can we call, basically to kind of go off of what you suggested, in number 3 right now, it's council member reports. Can we just make that council member and staff report? Or it's CMO and CAO and.
At the top?
Yeah, so number 3 right there, and then still leave our legislative update out of reports and look at maybe as a wholesale item later in the meeting.
I'm gonna say yes, with the generally, we just have to, we can pin for the back end to make sure that's possible, but we'll do our best to get as close as we can to what you're asking.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think thinking about what it ends up being in the rules, it says here that the order of business will generally be. And I think having this discussion is good because I imagine after the legislative session is over, we might have a reason to go back. We might, and giving the mayor and the mayor pro tem maybe during the coordination meeting, when the ability to modify the agenda with the city manager, knowing it says will generally be. Now, I would love it for this body to talk about that because there's a reason that the order of business was in the council rules, right? Rules always have a history. So if you all are okay giving that authority to your mayor and mayor pro tem right now, and say, yeah, use that word generally, you guys modify it. If Jennifer says, I've got a big report, okay, this week's agenda will have a report about business.
But every council member has the ability to request a little modification of agenda. So that would even, rather than take away your right as a council member to agenda, changing your business.
No.
No.
Lord.
Thank you. So my only concern with moving the legislative report further down is if we have a council meeting where we have a lot on the business agenda, that's going to take up a sizable amount of time. Last Tuesday is not reflected. We haven't had times last legislative session where we had a lengthy business meeting. And it's 10 o'clock at night and we're not hearing legislative updates. We're not going to have a robust conversation about those bills. Because all of us want to go home, it's 10 o'clock. Sound like myself, but I'm just 4:30 in the morning. And I think to not have a robust conversation is a disservice, not only to the process of our residents and how we each individually feel that we were coming to a collective decision as a parliament and not for the sake of it, we needed to go home. I would agree that we should be more mindful because there have been times where we have heavy staff presentation hours that should have been moved up in meetings that, you know, they were there until 11 p.m. But I think that should be incumbent upon us to really look ahead at the agenda. And I think in general, we're pretty good at figuring out these agenda items that they go in long and have time because of questions, or we might have a lot of public comment, whereas other agenda items, you know, it seems rather straightforward. We'll just use one of the best judgment as us as a body to rearrange the agenda as necessary to accommodate, or to take into account all of this stuff.
Correct.
I appreciate this conversation because the more I'm in city council, the more I realize how much is city related and how much is county related. And a lot of our county related business is weighing in on state legislation. And so, you know, there's people, you know, like Devin who's representing in CPAC, and I know, something Lynn, you go to some of those meetings too. You're on CML, you know, you're on ZocCog. I'm on, MAC and CCI. I'm in Lori here in CC4CA. And we might have a more robust conversation possibly and sort of like, you know, in a role where we could get together and have those bigger discussions at a different time and still notice that meeting and still have those robust conversations. But then give, you know, recommendations to council and then bring it to council on Tuesday night. And that way it kind of streamlines that conversation just a little bit more. I don't know what council thinks about that.
So I actually do agree with Councilor Campbell in that in my ideal world, I think we would have a legislative update and a discussion about what we are doing with our respective entities that we are representing in Kappa at a different time. My only concern is there are 10 of us, and I would say about half of us have full-time jobs, and that makes it, since we're not full-time councilmen, commissioners, or retired and whatnot, I think that presents a challenge in trying to accommodate the time where we can get together in public units meeting and have those conversations. But I agree with you, Ken.
So, I mean, one of those available options that we have is adding a Tuesday night during the legislative session. Right now, we don't do that, so that could be a possibility if we were having a Tuesday night meeting during the legislative session every month. We could eventually, expand the time available to have those conversations as opposed to only having them on just 2 nights during the month. I mean, we do have a lot of opportunities to discuss legislation, but in terms of having that in-depth conversation and the ability to support or oppose or amend, take a position on legislation, those only happen on those 2 councils. And so this would enable us to have that conversation on third Tuesday of the month. So I don't know if that helps.
I mean, I would be fine with another, during the legislative session, having an extra council meeting on the first or 5th Tuesday, if there happens to be that. While also allowing on the second and fourth to have those conversations relegating the legislative updates to one meeting a month. Because I think see legislation can move very quickly. And we should be able to be somewhat responsive to those changes.
Go ahead.
I kind of like both ideas, of course, I think one I was, the every 2 week ones we have, we meet those more frequently, and have that where we really, that meeting, where we really dive into the depth of the bills, and then leave our legislative update on the council meeting, and we're only, if we're gonna take position on a particular bill, and leave that just for that. Do most of the update at those other meetings, and these are the visit meetings are just a position, or maybe suggested going to. I like to give them another meeting, I would also agree with having more that often enough, sometimes it's the best. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think sometimes in the legislative session, there is a way to sway the party, thinking out of those that build a drop. Sometimes too, they don't get enough input and show build drop, because then we know. I think we might just have to be a little bit more malleable as to when those meetings are. We might have to do it on Monday, like it was ever around, because possibly Austin schedule, because around California too, and they're law degrees. So I think, personally, I would like to see it more streamlined and we can be more nimble with those who are serving in those certain areas. We know what we're getting into when we serve on, for the most part, on CML and CCAT and, CCI. And we just want to be a little bit more prepared to going back into those meetings, because we did meet with CCAT and Doug and I were in the room, and there was something that we hadn't taken a position on yet, and we probably could have by then, if we had a smaller, more maneuverable, part to move forward when we get a statement position. So I don't know how everyone else feels, but I also think too, like some people who don't serve on those committees, like they don't know why on a Tuesday night we need to weigh in on certain bills, but there it is. We can only do that if I'm in CCI, I generally need, a consensus, particularly if it's a slightly intended. So, yeah.
So is there general support for adding an additional meeting during the session?
Yeah, but I agree. I mean, it's hard to say, okay, it's gonna be this day in a month. I mean, it really is. It has to be fluid on this. I don't think it's a designated for legislative update. I think from a time management perspective, having that additional Tuesday, because we just went away from that additional Tuesday 2 years ago. And we've always had those days full, and it makes a difference. It makes a difference for our businesses. It makes a difference for the time frame of which we can, so part of the legislation right now is expediting, permits. There is no way that we will have an expedited permit process without that third Tuesday. We're just too busy. We have too much going on. And so in the totality of topics, having that other Tuesday, not designated legislation, but it allowed us to have a better handle on scheduling strategically on less hours. So in the past, council was always giving staff, we'd rather have another meeting than go to 11 o'clock.
But I think that what we've done this year is we've really set up our legislative policy very well from the get-go. We've been able to figure out where council's priorities are and where legislation is going. We were able to take a pretty good stance on terms of where the legislature is going with those topics. And we know that at the beginning of the legislature session, that it moves a little different than it does towards the end of the session. So I think that, to your point, having that flexibility toward the end, maybe Councilmember Marsh Holston's point, having an additional meeting as opposed to every 3 weeks, being able to get those more kind of earlier updates, that might be able to assist once we get in, further into the legislative session. So we can kind of space, time it out and that, well, so that we're meeting less frequently at the beginning of the session because the sausage is still being made at an okay pace, but towards the end, it becomes a rapid fire. And
It almost seems like at the end, we just split it up that we do. Everything moves so fast and quickly, it really helps me get more done. On Monday afternoon or whatever, you kind of do it, and then we people position that I think do on Tuesday.
And I guess I would say that there was that flexibility piece in there, right? There may not be the need to meet weekly because there's nothing changing necessarily in terms of our budget. We're still in this position. We're not moving out of this position because our amendments aren't being gathered. And as well as it could be that there aren't any new subjects that warrant our attention, our council priorities at that point. It could be. I mean, last legislative session was a good example of where all of a sudden we had 8 things in the last, weeks of the session, which was available, So I think that there are those pieces. So I think there's that flexibility that we won with Ruth Ponte, the Ponte de Sam, we have that flexibility there. But also with our member jurisdictions, we fall into that pace as well towards the end of the session, that it becomes a little bit more rapid, but we get those updates a little bit sooner. So we are getting the information that we need. But is there a reason to meet so that we can take action later in the session? I think we have to determine that. So I want to bring up another issue, which is around timing, right? So one of the things that extends the amount of the length of our meeting is the amount of council comments and questions. Right now, we have the process of first round is 5 minutes, second round is 2 minutes. So when we do questions, you have 5 minutes of stop and go timer, and then a second round of 2 minutes stop and go timer. And then your council comments usually is a running time for the most part. So if you add up all of those minutes, that is a large portion of our council meetings. So one of the possibilities is to say, would we prefer to have something more of a running timer in terms of your questions that you ask, your ability to ensure that you are not necessarily moderating, but ensuring that your questions are succinct so that your responses from them aren't taking up the bulk of your time. So instead of doing a stop and go timer with your questions, it's a running timer. So just wanted to put that out there as a possibility to say, how do we address the fact that we have 11 council members and the time continues to add up with all of that? I just wanted to put that out there as a suggestion, as well as a challenge that we have of how do we address that so that we ensure that we as a body rein in our time. We are.
So you're saying that staff responses to questions conflict or time?
Yes,
I think that would be about time on one question.
it could.
really, and because the agendas are gonna get more involved. And each item in the agenda is going to need to be allowed at least 2 hours for everybody to have their time. So that means we can't put as many things on the agenda. We'll have to add meetings, more meetings, we'll have to have, so something's got to give with a 10-person board, is what we have to deal with. And, it's, you know, some of the meetings coming up are usually 5 hours. And you look at some of the times, you know, that we can't do anything in less than an hour, right, with a 10-person board, that's not gonna happen. So we're honestly looking for ways to economize our time, be judicious with our speaking time. And not do it all on the dime, maybe get some stuff done, you know, when you get in, if possible, get questions answered. Yeah, come back.
So I have a thought on this, because I'm agreeing with Councilman Marshall, in that you can't know how long the answer's going to be. I understand posing the question. It's impossible to keep the 5-minute running timer. And then with the, if the, at a, not 5 minutes total, but if you start to approach something 7 minutes or 8 minutes, whatever that is, with the staff time, that there's a, whether it's 7 minutes or 10 minutes, that there's a absolute cutoff, because we've seen questions go for 15 or 20 minutes with the responses. So is there a way to kind of alleviate that a little bit, but have
Yeah,
that?
so each council member's 5 minutes, they're turning into a half hour.
Right, so is there a way to say that?
Times 10, do the math.
Right, is there a way to say that, like, if you've got your 5 minutes, but if your time with your staff response times, it's 7 minutes or something, that just ends.
Well, it could be a 10-minute running timer, right? We could say that it should be a 10-minute running timer instead of a 5-minute stop and go timer. That's probably more realistic in the end. Councilor Cohen.
My consulting, ask them whether councilman report, which is perfect on the agenda. But sometimes I think the half hour or 40 minutes. Very beginning, because this we had back in the 10 o'clock.
Well, at least they're optional here. Some cities require every council member to one holiday. Ours is reported if you have it. And not everybody does. So I don't think that's very good time to go. I really don't.
Sometimes. I'd rather hear this question than answer it honestly, that have to prioritize what's on the agenda.
Councilor Ward.
I do not agree with having a running timer. There are occasions where you ask a question and the answer is a very, intense answer. It's very, there's a lot to that. Simple answer, or not a very simple answer. I don't agree with that. We're also supposed to be with the body and asking questions and making sure we're understanding the topics. I do think I'm working very frank. It would help if we would repeat questions that have already been asked before. Because some of us have done that in the past, and that needs some time. We just sit there and we've already asked that. We don't need to do that. So I would rather see an extra meeting on the first 2 days of education, probably the schedule, as well as increase response time for permits and developers and stuff like that in the process.
So totally different direction, the possibility. Could we still have a stop and go timer, but then have it up to say like, I don't know, a minute or 3 minutes. And then make sure that like those questions do have to, you cannot, you just have to spit out your question. And that's another way, it's no secret, I'm one of the people that goes many meetings without saying a thing. And I am still reluctant to, even though I usually get pretty much time, to kind of go rid of, having an ongoing.
So with our questions, I mean, are you talking like 3 minutes, first round, 1 minute, second round?
Yeah, just like you need to record that ahead of time, and you need to ask.
I'm face value, 3 minutes, first round, 1 minute, second round, is that like? Is that giving you the internal freak out, or is it okay? Go ahead.
So I guess part of what I'm thinking is, some of us, there's like one topic that we have a lot of questions on. And you spend more time on one, it's like a cumulative, effect of all the different sections, like there has to be some, every once in a while, there's a topic where you just need more time on it because it might be your ward, or it might be something where you're more closely, involved or something, like, I don't wanna say 3 minutes is really short. Questions only without staff responses, probably doable, but I think there's some considerations. We just can't have the same council member ask questions on every single item, if that starts to add up.
Right.
So you can kind of reserve, you can't, but if there's a way to kind of reserve your time, like if you've been asking a lot of questions, and you sort, I don't know how we accumulate it from one topic to the next, and it's gonna vary by what's on the, I mean, it'd be serious impact, but that's the thing, I think that's
I mean, we've done that in the past, right, where a council member says, well, like, I just have 2 more questions, can I ask them? And the rest of the body says, go for it, ask these questions, you haven't talked too much. So I think that there is some, I mean, there's that flexibility that's built into Robert's Rule of Order that also are rules and procedures, so I think that that's possible, even if you were to go down to 3 minutes, that. And I had a lot of questions, or I have some questions, one more question or 2 more questions beyond my time. Can I ask these questions? I think that there is that flexibility with that.
Here's a novel idea, why don't we start a meeting earlier? 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, I mean, I understand at 6 o'clock we would have done it, but.
People have done, it's meant to be a part-time job.
So I can speak for myself, 6 o'clock is like, I mean, getting to the 6 o'clock meeting is tough for me. When we have executive sessions at 5:15, I'm scrambling. Like that is like major transition time in my household, so that's tough to get there, and that much earlier. Anybody else on this topic in terms of?
Yeah, actually, even cut off the time that spends, the Q and A part, to say,
No, it's just more time to be, the beginning time at 11 o'clock.
doesn't change the amount of time that is taken on that.
So we can cut back and we can say, yes, our total time including staff answers. And then we just need to keep staff, we're gonna do the same, then staff needs to keep their answers to that concise. I mean, I think it's like a trial period to say, I just a quick answer, I think that's. Where you just, or where you feel confident to say, okay, I got it, like you don't need to continue to explain it to me, because I got it in your, it's gonna be a little. It feels, and you don't want to cut somebody off, and say like, okay, because it feels wrong.
That's right, that's true.
That's where I struggle with it, is because you, but to your point, you should ask a question that has a quick answer, which.
Well, sometimes you can't, sometimes you have a highly technical question that requires a detailed answer, and I mean. I think the larger issue is if we can't come to a consensus on adjusting the time down, then we will have to probably send out some requests for action. So, I mean, that's the other less controversial issue to deal with, that way people still feel like they'll have their time, and we'll tackle the legislative stuff. Together, separate committee, because that way we have to advocate that, and we're not all on the same page. So, I mean, we get all the councilors smart, and, just being amenable to that extra meeting.
I would say that, I think it needs to be both, right? So if we're gonna add extra meeting during the legislative session, because we have a lot of business to cover. We also need to figure out ways to reduce the amount of council questions and comments at the time that that's taking. So I think that we have to do both. So it seems like the running timer is probably not the way to go, but there is some openness to decrease the levels in terms of first round and second round questions to a lower limit. Is that? Is there appetite for that? No appetite.
I didn't
for it.
see that.
I'm gonna assume that still.
I think that's when I heard you.
Is that, I mean, I think that we should be, I think we should be mindful of our staff. And so continuing to have long meetings and then have additional meetings, it is a bigger commitment for our staff, so.
Well, with the extra meeting, we won't have as many agenda items to tackle each night, so that's where we're getting.
Okay, okay.
I just think the plan was not to have a meeting every Tuesday meeting every week of the month. So I think the caveat is, well, we have the flexibility to do things remotely. So is that, I mean, in remote makes things a little longer naturally if someone's participating remotely. So as staff, are we okay with having people accepting that if we have a weekly meeting that somebody's gonna be remote and staff has to handle that? Are we okay with that?
All remote, or just,
I mean, yeah, I mean,
yeah,
we do now.
it happens pretty frequently now.
So we're okay.
That's fine, I think it helps increase, participation and accessibility.
Okay.
Nobody's, taking advantage of that, it's been a real, I think, benefit to council with some things that we have to juggle, with the exposure to things, down here, all the things, have a lot of things. So I'm glad you have that. I really it worked out really well last time we used software.
But so we got about 10 more minutes with this topic before we need to move on with the council member topic number 3. So Councilmember Nagel.
I don't know if this is addressed, sorry, I had to take a phone call, but just there's certain things that sometimes instead of talking on the Tuesday night or, taking a time to clarify something that most of us might know, I want to just make sure that if something's a question on Friday for staff, just make some of your comments on other questions staff on Friday or Monday, and I'm gonna help with this too. But if you can try to help it, if you ask questions that really change your mind about the result. I try to stay silent during most things, if there's questions that I have, or like, let's say, like the other night when we had, I think it was the okay, there was some misinformation with the public, accusing them of something, and I just wanted to give them a chance to clarify. So there's times where, we have to ask questions, those other times we could have been an email.
I think that's a great point. That's in our council rules and procedures, be prepared, prepare for meetings, ask questions in advance if possible. So I think that's in our council rules and procedures. I think it's something that I think we can all keep doing. So the council should do that. Yeah.
One quick input piece, when we did the last legislative update, where there were so many bills. And that's opportunity, there's so many things to ask questions on, if we can just say, if you want this council to take a position on a bill. Announce that at the beginning, so the questions are focused on the bill, taking a position on it, not just broad, if that's. Is that,
If we're gonna take action.
if we're taking, take action on because then you need to be ready to take, to vote whether you support or want to amend it, but we don't necessarily need to ask a ton. Fewer questions on the ones where just information only, maybe, does that make sense? Okay.
I still think there's gonna be debate.
Sure.
It's not so much a question, it's gonna be inter-council debate and justification. Which is fine. Part of the fun. But I do think we should revisit the section 18 now instead of section 11. Yeah, I think that. Yeah. So the refreshing everybody memory, I don't even know what the new agenda numbers are.
Oh, I'm staring right at
Thank you. We tried a trial where, the section 17, as it was when we first got on council, was to allow, council members to bring forth an item for council consideration, to determine whether or not there was enough support to devote staff resources and time. And, there were no, rules around it, you had to have a deadline, but looking back when I was a council member, no one told me it existed. Until another council member, Chairman Pessier, said, oh yeah, you can bring it forward this way, it wasn't part of any training I had, or That tells you how it was. So I printed that out, and then it allowed people to bring something forward. And then, a lot of those requests kept coming, so we did a trial last year to see if council members wanted to get 500 council members to support the idea before putting it on an agenda. We never voted on this, we never approved it, it was a trial. So now we're revisiting this to see if that worked for you guys, or if you want to go back to the old way, or to have another way of doing it. We can't handle one every, several every week, it's just, it takes too much time, because even if it's just as it's intended, an up or down vote. There'll still be questions from council, right? So we always want to do them quickly at the end of the meeting, but there's no way that somebody's not gonna have a question about another council member's new idea, right? You wanna know more before you decide. So it's hard to not devote that time to it. So in an effort to, again, be judicious with our time, I'm open to what you guys wanna do. I don't wanna stifle the opportunity to bring forth ideas. I don't want you to feel like the minority doesn't have a voice, right? That's the whole purpose that this was created, so that we all. So, it didn't work, I get it, I've heard individually, we'll start with you.
So I don't think the way it works, I think the partial that the 5 plus is the extra meeting, that everyone sign on, there's just 2 conversations. I think we limit it, maybe limit it to 1 per quarter. For council member, have some sort of limit there. I do think we should, make it a little bit more, so it would only require, say, 4 council members to get on this study session, that way the more minority views does get heard. But yeah, that's kind of thinking out, but yeah, maybe a limit, so we don't have one every week, limit to once a quarter, once a month, once every 2 months.
Per council
Per
member?
council member, yeah. And some council members never use it, some of them.
So I would be open to limiting your request to one that's either quarter or something like that. We don't have the council. I was not a fan of having to go individually ask each one of the leads importance, because 1, I don't think that's transparent. And 2, there were many times I would ask, people would say yes, and I'd send out an email and they'll respond. And I think mostly for me, it's public engagement, the public aspect of it. We have a request, it should be heard in public, it should be discussed in public, not one-on-one. In this particular context, just to see if we want staff to do something about it. You're supposed to be acting in the public, you're right to tell the public. Let's discuss this again in the public setting.
I think that's fair, I think that's very fair.
Well, I don't think you really get down to it, I think you should be allowed to put something on the agenda. But you get 1 per quarter.
Yeah, you have to be careful that it doesn't get out of hand.
My point was, it goes on the agenda in section 6. But then to move it from section 6 to an actual thing, then it only takes direction from one board rather than both. That's my thought.
We need 6 to move forward.
No, this is just what I'm saying, allow, like the Supreme Court, put something on the document and have 4 votes.
Yeah.
What's my idea?
Trying to remove that barrier, I do. It's not what the way it was created, it was created to ensure that everybody was something. And I believe in that. And, so that's the biggest problem I have with that.
Yeah, no, I agree too, I think, what I'm gonna be talking about tomorrow might have come earlier, but having negotiations is always quite difficult. And I will say too, sometimes though, a section 18 request isn't always fleshed out through possibly people on the council who have been on longer and might know more financial structure or history on a certain subject. So just as a not even necessarily a rule or a council rule, just as a suggestion, I would just suggest that, and I do this too, and I, you know, this will be my third year, and you still have to like kind of seek otherwise counsel, like if I even wanted to do minimum wage, I'd probably go to that, because he's probably more seasoned in that area.
No, that you step as that resource, because you might wanna find out what's being done in that area of interest before you start making proposals into the public sphere of what we need to do. Find out what's being done.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times there is something that's been done or being done, and you don't know, because we're not involved in the process, and we don't have the history. So we're starting the inquiry. This is what I'm interested in. What are we doing around this issue? And that's a CMO group, and if it's not up to, you know, does it mean what you think we should be doing, then your next step is the section 10.
Well, I had one that we talked about before last year, that I had neighbors coming to me about, mobile home parking, for example. And council approached that at that before, but years ago, rules were on council, so that was. But that is an example of time, but it happened, we talked about it before, but.
Yeah, you kind of make like this historical value to do it. I like that.
It is 1:15.
Can I just make one more?
Sorry, yes, I'm sorry.
So some of you have seen some presentations on Bob's rules, which is a very simplified Robert's Rules of Order. We actually already pretty much follow it. There's some differences. One of the main differences is there's not all the motions. You have a limited number of motions. It's all the ones we use, not substitute motion. That should be a motion to amend. So I would like council to change that line that says we follow Bob's rules, not Robert's rules.
Well, I think Bob's rules is great for local government. Robert's rules doesn't allow for quasi-judicial matters. It's not really suited for local government. But I didn't want to take on a new rule change with the agenda link change and the new software and all the other new stuff that we're dealing with right now. I just kind of wanted this to settle in first.
Okay.
But
It's not very different. So how about if I can have your permission as your following journey, maybe as we go through issues in the next year, I'll tell you what Bob's rules would have said, and then I'll tell you what Robert's rules.
yeah.
Okay,
I
we'll sort of test it out. We'll
Because
try.
Sunnyvale uses it exclusively,
Yeah.
much more tailored just for local government meetings. So it's built for us as opposed to Robert's rules, which wasn't written for them.
We have like bubble things with that, like that mod, and then. I think that was good.
So it sounds like that we have some ideas of maybe possible ways to, amend our council rules and procedures. Maybe there are some issues that we didn't even get to discuss today. So I think that there is a desire, and correct me if I'm wrong, for staff to bring back a larger discussion around our council rules and procedures around specific areas. So one of those is around the length of comments for council members, is the order of business for council members, the legislative piece, and then the future action of council members.
Whatever section it is today.
I think it's, yeah, it's like 8 or,
Thank you. It's gonna take about 6 years, I followed the section 17, then it was maybe, so, section 6.
so there are the 4 areas. Are there areas in addition to that, without getting into a lengthy conversation, that people would like to look into? I'm looking right at you.
I had several ideas. One was the study session format.
Okay.
One was the budget process. And the other one was actually section 18, that was actually when we, those two really were the big areas of the budget process and the study session process.
Okay. Okay. Staff, is that, did that end up, that wrap up, did that help inform the kind of next steps of what council is looking for in terms of our actual procedures?
Blanket comment, legislative section 18, study session for the process and the signal.
Budget process.
I got it.
It was,
Order of business. Thank you.
So just so we're clear, so what do you want us to do on those lines?
Well, we have to approve it officially in the meeting.
So we have study session on
Study session format?
no, we should have another study session on the rules.
That's
yeah,
fine.
it sounds like we need to have a little bit longer of a conversation around those areas.
Study session format.
less formal, more dialogue, less, you know, it's, maybe we don't follow the ground, maybe it's more of a conversation. Like it used to be in the conversation, and that's what we're.
Yeah, so I think that we just need to add, we need to have a longer conversation around these issues. I think that had we just been looking at one conversation, I think that we could have wrapped that up pretty easily and given clear direction to change this one area, but with our 6 areas, I think that we need a little bit longer of a conversation to be able to do that. So if we can add a council rules and procedure to an upcoming, study session, I think that that would be good for council.
Pretty, we have about study sessions in the study session.
All right, it is 1:20, which means that we are, running a little bit late. But the next item that we have to discuss is the rental registration program. So Councilmember Martin Olson, you are up. If you would like to present from there or from there, you're welcome to do so.
I do not have a PowerPoint, I don't have a PowerPoint. So, from your perspective, perfectly fine. So, what I want to say, something we talked about for the last couple of years, I think about this, I've done this Section 18, back in 2022. The idea of having a rental registration, and rental, licensing fee, basically. In just doing quick research, it looks like Denver, Milton, and Fort Collins have programs similar. It's not unprecedented in that we already have business licenses for X number of businesses that we have, that people have to have. So it's not unprecedented to have a registration that they have to do. In my mind, you would have 3 goals. One would have, the first goal would be able to have accurate information of what rental properties we have in Bloomfield. I know when I was knocking doors when I was campaigning, I would have conversations with people and say, oh, do you deal with this rental property back here? We don't know who owns it. So I think having a registration gives staff a code compliance, good contact information for, if there's a snow, you know, we get there snow, shoveling orders. If there's a violation there, if there's weed issues, if there's the dry water we're talking about, it allows, having registration allows for staff to be able to have, you know, this person, this rent property is rented out, it's posted here, their confirmation may be provided. The second goal I would see is, sorry, back a little bit. My idea is to have a fee, no. I think with the number of $100, I think that's the right number, that's something that needs to be brought down, but $100 fee, the tenant and the rent, or the property pays every year to register their property. For as far as, sorry. So with that fee, the second goal would be able to incentivize property owners to offer their properties at a lower rate or accept vouchers, and we do that by waiving the fee for any property that is fee restricted, is rented at an AMI amount, or is they accept some sort of voucher. But it's a small incentive, it's not really gonna do a whole lot, but I think that we would have the ability then to give that incentive for those properties. And then the third goal would be to any funds that we have from that would then go into rental assistance programs. It would either go, we could either do our own rental assistance program, our own voucher, or we could use it for partnership with our nonprofit partners that we already do for rental assistance. So those are the goals I kind of see. In my mind, the compliance would be fairly easy in that it would be voluntary. I would wager that the vast majority, I don't have the number, but I wager the vast majority of our rental properties in Bloomfield are management company run. So that would probably be something that they're going to comply with this regulation, this ordinance. So they do that. And then the other compliance would be, in my mind, code compliance based. If I complain about my neighbor who's renting up a property, there's a lease too high, and staff goes and looks and says, oh, this rental property isn't registered, and staff then go to the code compliance department and come along with that. Yeah, it's a pretty simple procedure that I think that, you know, other communities do that, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. you said Denver, Fort Collins, Wilson, they all have similar programs, so we can look to them to actually look at how they do administration, how they do enforcement, and what their costs are, so. Kind of my thought, it's pretty short. So questions and thoughts?
All right, the first question I would ask is, what are you hoping would be those next steps? Are there questions that you'd like council to answer and work to kind of get to that next step?
I think the next steps is asking whether my council wants to move forward with the program, and then giving it to staff to figure out what that would look like.
Okay,
And I know I've had conversations with staff about this, and so it's not something that's brand new to their radar. And just a piece of history, council looked at this years ago, I don't remember the exact date, but it was before any of us were on council, they looked at this strictly from a information gathering standpoint. It don't really move forward, obviously, but it was discussed previously.
great. Any questions, comments from council members?
The distinction between this and short-term rental licensing that we have now.
I didn't receive short-term rental in this thing, I think we already licensed them, so this would just be for long-term rentals. So if you're renting out your property for long-term, how do we define that? So the fee is per unit. Per unit per year, so my thought to me, and this is up to staff to decide, but my thinking for ease of enforcement or ease of compliance, you divide the community into 12 groups, and, group 1 has their rental registration renewal in January, February 16th. I think we have somewhere around 4,000 units confirmed build, so it doesn't, to me, it doesn't seem like it would be that big of a compliance, lift.
What is that? I'm going to look at
You could ask with the we have financial information in terms of FTEs and costs for the program?
Yeah, in discussion with, staff, the preliminary discussion, it seemed like the preliminary numbers, they didn't have any hard numbers yet, but it was somewhere around 3 FTEs administered.
3 FTE?
I want to ask you a question that's similar to what Councilor McCollum was asking, which is, we had enacted a SGR license program. The rationale for that is that we had a large amount of community that was asking us to find some way to ensure that we had communication for those landowners, those land homeowners, property owners around those SGRs to ensure that we had communication with them. Because we had a good amount of complaints from, I would say Ward 3 was one of those where we had a few SGRs that were causing problems within the neighborhood. People wanted to know, do we have the contact information? And that was the purpose of that program, is to ensure that we had contact information for the short-term rentals, to ensure that we continue to have impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. We knew who to contact, because we did not have that information. That was kind of the purpose of that. Do we have the desire in our community around the long-term rentals to say, we are having impacts and we need to know who these, the property owners are so that we can contact them? Is it in the same spirit of that, or is this different?
I mean, that's the number one goal. And I don't have data, I have anecdotal conversations I've had with residents in my neighborhood that have had those same similar concerns, so I mean, that was the initial thought of it, way back when, was to have that contact information that, that we can get in contact with them, not necessarily available to the public, but available to our staff to be able to say, this property is, owned by X, it's run by X, and, if there's a problem, we know who to contact right away. So I think that's the initial, and then the secondary point is that with vouchers, it is sometimes hard to get property owners who want to rent to accept the vouchers. So waiving the fee for those, for if you accept vouchers, is a way to, it's a small way to incentivize. I know Boulder has a program where they guarantee the security deposits, for voucher programs. I don't think we should go that far at the moment, but I think that this is in line with that. And then, of course, any revenues left over, would be used for the rental system.
Okay. I mean, for me, I remember when we had, I remember when I was campaigning, when, after I was on council, the comments about SDRs in the neighborhoods, say we've got to have contact information for the SDRs that are causing the problem. I haven't heard comment, and then, becoming council of the one to make sure I'm not saying this, I haven't heard anything about long-term rentals, and people needing, that contact information or having issues around those long-term rentals. So I just wanted to check to make sure that I'm not missing. I don't think that I've ever gotten any communication around that.
No.
I guess the way I'm not, I think the difference between Fort Collins and Boulder is the property management companies, their attention is very critical. The problem is, frankly, they're them off regularly, not training security and I thought here, even an option to fight back. Some of we have those issues that every year. Or what kind of services are provided for churches that but one advantage of the short-term license is they can use them to eliminate it. If they're, people, if they're like, use some abusing the rule, shut them down. Yeah, I'm not sure, I guess the big concern here is that we just be having oh, yeah, so the level of service, the renters will get in return. If it's $400,000 renter insurance system, and it's 3 FTEs, most of that's gonna be eaten up with 3 FTEs.
Yeah, that's a concern. I do think that there's no way to forgive the costing pass through, of course it would be, but which is why I was looking at the nominal amount of like $100, which is less than $1 a month. So nothing too burdensome for.
I mean, if you went into a legal fund, it was actually powerful money conspirators. Because I think that everybody has a kid in follow the part of this. Never reached a lot of that. One little scratch on the floor and the entire college was falling from the down on the top. You're out $1,000 trying to leave your apartment. But I don't know if we have that kind of abuse. Well, this could, that could fund something that could really help people in that regard to help them with support issues or reduce some of bad landlords need out. That would be, but I'm not sure to get
The
this.
state has programs.
We find a little bit.
Colorado does, and we also have, I'm sorry. We have a contract with Colorado Dating Services. We provide them.
Just as an additional piece of information, there is a city in California called Rancho Cordova, they're southern of Sacramento. They have a annual rental housing registration. Reason they have theirs, I don't believe this is really a problem with them, but they have a lot of health and safety code and issues. So they use this fee as a way to perform inspection and ensure buildings were actually compliance. Or my policy is that some of their property lies at the school. I think for Board 2 specifically, most of we have at least 20 apartment complexes. Units. Most are relatively needed, so I'm not concerned about that. And then Councilor Kelly is bringing up a good point about the legal fund. Ms. Rogers.
Yes.
I have a question for you. Do we, I know that we work with the 17th judicial district providing, at the group for assistance to those who are facing information issues, correct?
Through a nonprofit, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know, I attended a housing conversation last year about that, where we brought together numerous groups of nonprofits and housing, to share their kind of discussion about housing. One of those was the nonprofit that provides our legal services. They had indicated they wanted to expand their hours of service, but they didn't have the funds to do that. I don't know if that's.
I haven't done that. But I imagine, all of our nonprofits that are providing these services are overextended.
Like I said, I don't know, I don't really think, but I also don't know if the town has health and compliance issues with some of our older rental units, but, I would be, if we were to move forward with this, fee, I think having it go towards some legal services, so that way those who are facing eviction issues can, those people can have more access than everyone to choose to do something like that. They would actually go open office. That's what it's.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, to piggyback on that, too, sometimes people in our, range, mobile home, they're, that's. So part of that is education too, and making sure we're educating those who, might be in the area of, having evictions happen more than others, and hearing suit. The second thing I wanted to ask you, I was on play this, things, my friends. I would to ask, just to flesh out what kind of vouchers we're talking about. Are we talking about, federal vouchers? Are you talking about what type of housing vouchers did you have in mind? Because I had another idea in mind as well, but kind of piggyback on that.
As far as waiving the fee or just in.
Yeah, incentives to, or.
Yeah, so I haven't fleshed out too much, but in my mind, it would be. If we use their cover, then they automatically would be. If they go to do their register, their annual renewal or whatever, and they provide a copy of the lease agreement where they show that they're accepting vouchers. I don't think we have specified which vouchers, but they're accepting vouchers that reduces the rent that the tenant has to pay, then we would be. That's kind of the thought.
Just coming from a perspective of, when we have immigrants moving into Brookfield, then they apply for those apartment complexes, they have work authorization. A lot of times they'll say, well, where's the work history? Well, we have a female lawyer on range, there's no designated work history, but she was a lawyer, and so she has nothing to show for it. So we can also create some sort of sense of, and we talked about this tomorrow morning too, sort of in a very friendly way to that people have access to housing and access to that.
I mean, that's something we could flush out and then definitely. Councilman Del Gavio, the new one.
Yeah, one question is, what information are you thinking of requesting so that, in this license process, what information is needed from, I was gonna say
I
landlord.
mean, my thought is just basic contact information, does the
Yeah.
person who owns it, does the person who pays it, and here's their contact information.
Sure.
I don't know if we would need much beyond that, maybe we would need more, but
Yeah,
let's see that.
yeah, sure. I think there are a few things. So I was thinking about the kind of issues that we do have with rentals, and unfortunately, I think one of the biggest ones, which is that you're renting this double, is not something that is in our control, right? Like, I think that is the biggest issue. I mean, I showed you all when I was renting, going from a 1-year lease to a 9-month lease, literally changed my rent from $2,300 to $4,900. So that, so this, I mean, I don't think that is useless. That is price gouging. That should not be acceptable. Unfortunately, that's not something that's in our control. So, I'm open to whatever we can do on the outer edges, but, so I think it's tricky that we can't do more, unfortunately.
Councilman Love.
I guess I'm having trouble rectifying just with the rough. The $100 fee is going to be enough to yield the results that we want. Is my gut feel. And I don't think it's realistic to make it any higher, is my thought process. I'm concerned about I don't know how many FTEs the staff is going to say they end up with, given the outcome of the program. I'm concerned that if we go in any direction with actually inspection, that that's going to be high in the FTE allocation. That was just my reaction to that. And do we have? I guess I would ask too, is this equitable across the rental property landscape, I guess, too? Is it, and this, I don't know, you know, if it's a new apartment complex that we're just building, we've already asked them to restrict, they have the opportunity to do this. If we're talking about older, property, small property owned by a single, person, landlord, then they don't have that opportunity to have deed restricted property. Is it open to everyone in this field to accept vouchers? I'm just asking, if we go into the area of waiving the fees, is it equitable across the landscape?
Question I had, because, I mean, it is, to your point on, first your point on inspection, that is not at all the direction I want to thought we could go,
Okay.
inspections. Because you're right, that would cost an enormous amount as far as from a deputy perspective. I mean, I think that you're right that some of the, newer units are being restricted through our housing ordinance. I think that is they have the waiver. I think you allow opening up anybody with waiver. If I personally own a rental property, I can find someone who wants to, who has a buffer that I do it to, and then I waive the, in my mind, the fee is not onerous enough to really factor probably, but I mean, there's no way for me, in my mind, there's not a way we can do more incentives for voucher acceptance. This is a small one, but I don't know if it would have much impact, but it would be at least something. And to the other people's points, I do think that, using it for legal assistance might be a good idea. But then again, I mean, to your point, the cost we generate from the program minus the FTEs to administer might not make it worthwhile. I think there's other benefits to having the registration that are not just the money. So that is a point.
Got down there.
Well, back to the budget, and you know how we're in the period of priorities and maybe critical stuff. We have a certain allotment that we can add to our staff, that's 14 FTEs, and they're all for these critical functions. So having to add 3 more means there will have to be taken from something that is critical. We don't have the funding to add 3 FTEs right now.
I would disagree with that because this program would add the funding for those FTEs.
Well, no, because the funding doesn't exist for the FTEs. The FTEs that are budgeted are already assigned,
In the short term, yes.
right? Doesn't matter the problem.
So, Deputy Yeoman and I were just talking. It's not a direct correlation. No, you don't have 3 FTEs to do the code. You have code compliance, you have inspectors, you have housing, so 3 direct FTEs to stand this up and start it based on, what our housing folks have said. But all of those auxiliary departments that will be doing the work. So the 3 FTEs will be administering, right, administrating what this looks like. So we'll need some time to
to figure out what all of those support mechanisms look like.
It's a big lift,
It's a very big one.
and it is a in return for it. That's what we need out there, is the community demanding this? Is it warranted? Are we like these other communities that happen? Are we going to stay there? So, I am all about providing the program legal services if there's a way to use CDBG funds, but I will need to, fund that, program as coming, but it's a minimal amount.
It's minimal amount, and that's a relative term, right? So whatever,
Well, when I spoke to them, they really are in a position to only help those folks immediately facing eviction.
correct. That's a much better way to put it.
And there's a personnel problem too, finding the volunteers, even if they have.
Right? Almost every area like that, I don't know how. Okay, that's my thoughts on
I just want to go through the map real quick, and Councilmember Cullen already did this, so I just wanted to make sure I was correct. So you're suggesting $100, per unit, about 4,000 units or so about $400,000. Three absentees, that's about $300,000 out of that out of $400,000, that leaves about $100,000 or so left over for the program. If it's correct, towards the legal assistance, I gotta believe that that's gonna be taken up pretty quick. So there's not much of a program there, and somebody had said this earlier, that if we increase that, it's just that much more expensive for that rental unit in the end. And so by continuing to add, so you say it's $200 per unit, that just makes that rental unit, to Councilmember Delgadillo's point, just makes it $200 more, for that rental unit. And how far is that threshold? In terms of what people want to pay, so the cost of the program is what concerns me in getting the benefit. That also, the conversation I had with Councilmember Lim is, I haven't gotten the desire of the community to really say that this is something that we need in order to address the problem.
Thank you, and that's, premature landing, I just wanna throw one other perspective of this program out there. And that is, just like every other fee that comes forward and where we're at, the reception on the end of, the landlord when they receive this and they question, what is this $100 for? Sometimes multiple units, and it's really just to collect their information, is how it feels, and what it's my staff. I just feel like we're gonna have some. That's what's the frustration, the passing it on to the renters in return for not that much money, that's my concern. So I'll spill that out there.
Anyone else on this topic? So to some, I'm not hearing an overwhelming desire from council that's here to proceed with this program. Is that,
I do like the thought of the leading side, I agree, acceptance of vouchers and portable rent, so through a waiver. Did our housing authority do that?
So we do, so are we accepting waivers, for, so how do we define that? I guess my answer to that is that there is state law that individuals, property owners can't discriminate against source of income, that includes waiver, that includes vouchers. And so we catch one that there's a property owner that is not accepting a voucher, that is what comes up for us, so it is state law.
so is there any objection to that we are not directing staff to continue to work on this program or to advance this program beyond this point? I think that's our direction staff, is we are not going to continue to advance this program.
May I ask a question, on the last topic?
Of course.
We're not clear on the last part, so we're not taking any action on the existing agenda set up until we have the study session.
Correct.
Just wanted to be sure.
Rules and procedures, All right, so we are, which is great, you know, I was wishing we were taking just a lunch break. Yeah, back to rules. So we can go back to rules. I would suggest that we take about a 10-minute break though, so we can actually take a break for our public as well as us. And step outside, get some fresh air, and then we will.
That's okay.
All right, so welcome back to our last session of this day. Given that we've been talking about the best value contracting, Councilmember Marshall Wilson, you are up again. Again, we are about 55 minutes or so ahead of schedule. So if you are listening online, we are ahead of schedule, but we might have some more time to talk about rules and procedures maybe. We also have a wrap-up summary conversation to happen, but I don't know if anybody's opposed to moving out here a little bit early either. So, but for the next while, you're on deck, or you have the floor. Okay, thank you.
So best value contracting is something that's, I thought about for a long time, our former colleague, Rep. Woodlands had asked me when he was leaving, to take this up. Didn't feel like last year was a good time to do it, do a lot of other things, so I said this year, our focus session this year, the format provides a good opportunity for it. So best value contracting is the idea that, the contracts that the city of Bloomfield takes for street repair, for building repair, for X number of things, contractors that we hire, the city of Bloomfield hires, so nobody else, just the ones that we hire. That we base our contract decision on a multitude of factors on what presents the best value to Bloomfield. And this goes beyond the idea of just, lowest price. That's oftentimes the simplest way to do a contract, is you put out a bid, put out an RFP, and you get the bid back and get the lowest price. And of course, quality goes into that too, but generally speaking, lowest price is kind of the factor. So this goes beyond, and this is in line with our community goals, on various things, on sustainability, on DEI, on affordability. So those are the kind of the main three goals that I identified. And so my thinking is to do it, we set up a system similar to what we do with our marijuana license, decision making that staff did, whereby we do a point system of some sort, on our contract. So we put out the RFP and we give points, not just on the lowest price, not just on quality, although those are very important, but on things like, for example, we as a community, we as a council have made a point to make our staff's compensation, DEI, those practices as our forefront. We made a decision to pay our staff better than the market. I think we used the 60% of the market was our baseline. So this would then, in our contracting purposes, we would then have, how they treat their employees. Whether they pay livable wages, whether they have DEI policies. Those factors would come into our contracting decision making. We talked about affordability a little bit ago with the minimum wage, or sustainable wage, or however we defined it. With our wage discussion a little bit, we talked about the fact that housing is not dramatically, and we want to make sure that people have the ability to afford housing. And this would allow that. This would allow us to only hire contractors that are agreed. Maybe not only, but it would be part of the factor deciding what contracts we hire is whether or not they're paying a livable wage, as one thing. This is not something we have to reinvent the wheel with. Multiple other communities have done this, have these programs. Some communities go so far as to say, well, we're only doing business with union contractors. I don't necessarily think we have to go that far, but I think that is something that we can consider. Other factors we can consider, in my mind, is sustainability. Whether or not they do well in their recycling and reuse of materials. Whether or not they use electric vehicles or equipment as appropriate. So things that their commitment to sustainability will go into the formula for contracting. And then also another area would be what we did with the marijuana task force on marijuana acceptance licenses was whether or not they have a local time to Broomfield. If they live here, they get some sort of time, they get, not that we're going to decide that based on that, but that it's an extra point or something, and how will we set that up? Like I said, we don't reinvent the wheel. This has been done in multiple other communities, so that was kind of my thinking that we should start exploring what that is, and we don't have to decide today exactly what those exact criteria and what the weight would be and the points. We don't have to decide any of that. This is just asking staff to direct staff to start down the process of changing our contracting practices for best value. That's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you, Councilmember Mark Folke. Let's go first. Councilmember Hinkle.
Do we know of other cities and counties that do this, or there are other programs that we have? I would like to add this to your description. I think we also do this as, when we give small business grants, but not only minority ownership, but also veteran ownership, you know, such things. Are there other cities and counties that do this, or?
I do not go into deep enough dive on the individual other communities do, but I do know Boulder does, for example.
Okay.
And then, sorry, something you said is your spur of thought, and then.
Oh, but that's neither here nor there right now, this is a suggestion, but I do support this as far as a core value of City County for bid. It only makes sense. I'd be willing to do a study session on this, have staff look into what other cities do this, what does that look like, and then, you know, being a former teacher, of course, we have rubrics, so any sort of rubric and what that should look like, and what our, you know, residents want as far as those values should be presented in those RFPs, so that's important.
There. Oh, sorry.
Just what I thought of it. We had a brief conversation about this when we were looking at the RFP for, the trash haul.
Yeah,
And that time it was more of a, this needs to be a larger conversation at a different time, rather than just right now, so
Yeah.
that's why.
big part of that, I think, is the union, right, or we really wanted to see, have livable wages and having the union, yeah.
All right.
Sorry, Mayor.
Did you say mayor?
Yeah.
Well, I totally support the premise of ensuring that, you know, the companies we hire are providing livable wages and good benefits, you know, proper compensation factors. But I am curious, you know, like, what is our process now? Is there that component of equity and ensuring that, there is livable wages being paid? I know that I have seen a lot of, you know, the lowest response there for the many years that I've been on council, so where is the equity is that on there?
So I think there's two pieces, Brookfield has never gone with the lowest bidder. That's, you gotta keep in mind that equal, isn't the same thing as equity. Right, and sometimes we confuse those two, so the components that we go through, we have a model, it's measured, it's repeatable, it's scoreable. Absolutely. And so there's two different schools of thought with best value contracting. We have in Brookfield what I consider to be best value contracting. What it sounds like is on the table is how do we expand the measurable weights for additional items? And what does that mean with regards to access and cost? So very similar to what we're coming back, on the demolition of the First Bank Center. And that contract piece, it's a different approach. It's not the repetitive, here's all of the measures, and a number of responses. It's finding those contractors that can check all of those boxes. And so from a CIP perspective, what happens if we can't check all of those boxes? What happens to the time frame when we're adding those additional, do we have to go back out, right? So, I mean, again, it's a much larger conversation to be able to say, to what degree do we say, you have to have this, this, and this? We'd like you to have this, this, and this. And so in that entire process, I mean, that RFP process right now, we won't be able to come back to council because contractors, finding a contractor to do the demolition that's able to support and provide 3 different levels. And so this is a tangible example to be able to say, generally, contractors can recycle about 70%. That's just the general number. But the council asked us to
have options. And to find a contractor that's even able to do those options in our conversations, to say, okay, well, what would 80% cost? What would 90% recycle cost? And what would be the time difference for the impact for that community in order to make it happen? So again, there's a lot of pieces and caveats that is expanding the time for the best value contracting extras. We already do best value contracting. But anytime you add anything to the existing menu of items, the trade-off is cost and time. So maybe the study session could start with what we do now, what it looks like, what the measurables are, how we do the matrix, what the outcomes are, and then have some tangible examples of recent RFPs. And it'll give our engineering and our procurement team an opportunity to be able to say, especially on those big CIP projects, what that time expansion looks like.
Then Councilor Campbell.
I'll let Noe go first.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Yeah, so I will say, yeah, in general, I do support this. I think the really most important sticking point specifically is that living wage component. Because I think we are a government, we are supposed to act in people's best interest, and it feels kind of silly to build something that's supposed to benefit the community while not paying members of the community a living wage, right? So I think that is pretty common sense. And then, the other one, like specifically for construction and stuff, you know, having a look at safety violations and stuff like that, I think that's important to make sure that, again, the people, either, residents of Greenfield or neighbors, will be safe, will be guaranteed safety on the job. I think that's very important, and I'm sure that could open us up to some risk too. I'm sure that's one of the reasons why we don't go with the 6 better, but, I know there was a whole suite of various things. I'm a lot more warm on that, just because as I actually said this a lot at work, I think the most DEI friendly policy you can have is actual fair wages, right? That is by far the most important DEI policy in my personal opinion. And so as long as that is there, and then there is safety for the people there, I think those are like the two important things that we choose.
I just had maybe a legal question, but I'm wondering too, if by discussing this at a program, sorry, the study session, what that looks like for those applying for future RFPs, if I give them advantages to how they know our systems, like how much is trade secret? I don't know how much people share, is anyone trade secret within our RFPs or?
Not our process. Our process is not.
Your process is,
What people might submit, there's some confidentiality in some of that information. For example, of cost,
yeah,
right? So you put those RFPs out, our model, that's why it's so important to have a repeatable process. So it's not, that's truly that's what best value contracting is.
yeah.
Is you have a multitude of processes you are considering. Each have various ways. And then you have like the poisonous pill, back to Councilmember Del Rio's point. The more pieces you have that are attached, that are variables, the more difficult it is, right, in order to execute and get it across the board. But safety is a huge component of the RFPs that we have, the process that we have in place. But it's a level playing field, Councilmember Eagle, when we send any of these RFPs out. Everybody knows what we're looking for, they know the model, they know what's weighted, and they have to, because if you don't have a highly weighted component, the likelihood of you getting this is slim. So it saves them on the front end, and spending time, effort, and energy as well.
In the future, if we do particularly talk about a couple RFPs, let's say we're comparing them, this is why we're doing this, and not that per se. That would be more of an executive session there, that has to be done.
Well, from a cost perspective, And from a trade perspective, right, people will know who submitted, but those intricate conversations are more confidential. Not necessarily trade secret wise, but certainly what their costs and availability of resources and community. We keep that confidential.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
So I just have, I don't know, if I'll ask this to Councilman Marshall, since we're trying to keep it so hard. Okay, so on these contracts, do you have any idea, and I'm not going to answer this, but so many of these are for construction and road maintenance and really probably not your minimum wage jobs. So that, I mean, that's something that's happening forward is livable, do the majority of our contracts already hit that livable wage target? Like that would be that's a curiosity I have. I would think for, we don't, that. But we can see that it gives that information that.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna state it as a fact, but suffices to say in these environments that we're living in now, with the workforce, the way that, what those salary, demands and expectations are, you're not gonna be fully staffed in order to bid on a project if you're not paying.
A little, not minimum.
Well, that's an operative, I mean, it's relative, right? So we would have to improve to decide what that litmus test is from a livable wage. Again, most of these, specifically speaking of the CIP program, the capital improvement, where it would require an RFP and not a sole source contracting. They're not those good companies. And so a livable wage might be different in Brookfield than it is somewhere else. So we just need to identify what that target wage would be in order to compare against.
Councilmember Lynn.
I guess my question would be, how would some of this be enforced? If we were to, okay, so you said they paid, all of their workers a certain amount of money, is there any enforcement on the back end to make sure that they do that? I mean, some things you mentioned, yes, we can, sustainability, well, maybe we can see if they use EV vehicle, we're not gonna know if they recycle materials, maybe, I'm thinking of what's the enforcement. If we don't feel confident on the back end that these, requirements are going to be met, if they say they're going to meet them, then is it worth adding those requirements to the process? Would be just what I would propose to you.
I think that would have to be fleshed out with in comparison of other communities, what they do, what force looks like for them, and then what we're comfortable for us, I guess. I'm sure there are other communities have enforcement mechanisms, different degrees. But, I mean, it's a contractual obligation that we do.
And so it would just be, it could, do enforcement in different ways and different issues in the city, so it could just be somebody who reports.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilwoman Linda, if I may, it's more you need to keep in mind that when you have a contractor, they may have, depending upon the size of the project, it's a 15 subcontractors, who then have subcontractors, and they may have one officer workers. So, I mean, it's a complicated, process to have enforcement on each one of those subcontractors.
Maybe something's coming up for me is, the acknowledgement of, that Councilman Marshall, you said it's the best value contract, it's not necessarily going with the lowest bid, right? And it helps me better understand that Broomfield has not, never gone just with the lowest bid, that what we do in fact is best value contracting, that we're getting the best value for the cost, right? So best value contracting in that sense. And then I think that the idea for me is how do we better integrate, or how do we ensure that our community goals are inside that contracting process, so right? So you had listed a couple of them, sustainability, livable wages. I think that those, you know, ensuring that we have the knowledge of, are there deficiencies where are we not getting those community goals into our contracting processes? Are we getting those community goals into our contracting processes? Are we doing it to the extent that we want? And I think that it sounds like the contract potentially with the First Bank Center is a great example of that, right? Sustainability is a community goal. Are we doing it to the extent that we think that we should? And is at the best value? And so I think that there is some of that maybe could be some refinement to that, but I also think that there's a lot of mechanisms that go into that. So I think that we need to identify what are those specific areas that we want to ensure that are part of these contracting processes. Are they a part of that process or not? And it sounds like at least sustainability is one of those. And as we continue forward with the self-sufficient wage conversation, that part may come into the contracting process as well.
Yes. And I appreciate you referring back, as I do, Councilmember Lynn, Councilmember Anderson, to those community goals and those KPIs, because those aren't just a document, that's not just a document, right? It guides me on the back end to structure our staff to be in alignment to fulfill those goals and KPIs. And so when we shift that a lot year to year, it's very difficult because we are in fact in alignment, and then we're in we're not constantly reactionary mode, right? We're able to develop that blueprint. We have to have a format and structure in which to do that, and then referring it back to check those boxes. So recommending that we do a study session, starting with what are we doing right now, so that council can really understand what those steps are, and the difficulty of the trade-offs, because there will be trade-offs, right? The compromising on what is most important compared to timing, right? We all want things like right now, and that's a trade-off. Recycling, more recycling is a trade-off. Financials are a trade-off. And I think it'd be helpful for all of us to be on the same page of what those trade-offs will be, not if they will be, but what degree are they going to be, particularly as we move forward.
Do you envision that as looking at maybe a sampling of some of the contracts that we've had in the past versus kind of where we are today in terms of an RFP to kind of demonstrate here are the different elements within this contracting process, here are the elements that are kind of top priorities, and here's how they align with our community values, and then this is where we've moved, because, you know, we've learned some things from last year to this year, and so here's how we're changing this up and how we can ensure that we have our community goals. Is that?
Yes. And I wanna manage expectations about the amount of work, to do those. Here's one example, here's another example, here's another example, here's another, right? So, the recommendation would be, here's the current state. And the RFP that, we have an RFQ out right now for the First Bank Center. That's a really good example to use to be able to start speaking the same language of what those trade-offs look like. So if we went straight for they would take their offices, and we went for the 70% recycle. We could engage someone within the next 8 weeks in order to do that. Adding the component of, we want
80% and 90%, so that we have those options. That extends that time frame by 4 months. So it's a good example to be able, and it's not good or bad, right? I mean, it just is, and to be able to have those. You all, we're going to be evaluating, and the Councilmember Peoples' point in exec session, the single trash hauler, replies. And so, and Councilmember Chapman, Councilmember Marshall, it's a good opportunity to be able to say, here's what an RFI is, request for information, here's what an RFQ is, here's what an RFP is, right? There's a multitude of ways to get it to, before you pull the trigger on any contract. Best value contracting is the umbrella under which your process falls.
I think that, I mean, this is one of those examples for me at least, when I look at the marriage of policy and operations, right? This is kind of that gray area in between that one of those areas can easily bleed into the other. So we as policy makers could easily start bleeding into the operations when we get too far down into that contracting process. And so ensuring that we as policymakers stay on our side of that gray area and be careful when we do get into that gray area. So I think I think that this First Bank Center contract is a great area for us, right? And then we can say, yes, sustainability is a priority, and then we can't get into perhaps we should pick, the contractor because we're going to recycle here, right? We can't get that part of these.
And I think that's a good example of what I was trying to get earlier. We briefly talked about this during issues of our, the single hall. But that is much more of a administration, us picking the action, the RFP is not really our role. Setting the broad policy, so that's why I brought it forward today, brought up broad policy, as all RFPs in the future will be run.
Right, the council conversation on this topic. I'm struggling for what those next steps are. It sounds like we could have a study session in which to ensure that we establish those priorities for what that contracting process would look like, or we use the example of the First Bank Center as that example.
And to understand what we do already.
Yeah, understand what we actually do.
And I would ask also in the other previous.
Okay. Does that sit okay with everyone? So look at what other communities do, look at what we already do, and use the First Bank Center RFP as an example of that.
Okay.
Is that what's?
I'm assuming that at the end of the day tomorrow, we'll prioritize these, because, because we have,
Right, of course.
there is not a way for us to do all of this.
Thank you for that. Anything else on this topic? Sorry.
Negative Joe's writer.
All right, I would suggest we take just a quick 5-minute stretch break. And then we come back and finalize our wrap up and summary and debrief for how they went. So let's just take a 5-minute break. Well, Mayor, Council, and staff, and public, that concludes all of the topics that we are going to discuss today. So we have done a lot today. And just wanted to kind of wrap up, make sure there aren't any lingering questions about the topics that we discussed. See if there's anything that we need to make modifications for tomorrow. But I just wanted to say thank you to staff for your support, for your setup. The food was great. You know, I think that, you know, for the future, when council suggests that we want to do a working lunch, to remind us that that is not a good idea. I think in hindsight, there's a lot, right? We had a hard morning, it would be great to really have a much more laid back lunch as opposed to continuing work. Cause I'm beat at this point, so, thank you for encouraging, or not encouraging us to do it, but allowing us to find that hard lesson out, so, but I think that we don't do that in the future, unfortunately, we don't have that tomorrow, we're done by lunch. Are there anything else that you would like to see modifications for tomorrow? Anything that you have a lingering question on for today? Is there anything that you need for tomorrow?
Just so people know, we might have some people here, just listening tomorrow who are migrants or immigrants, however you want to describe people. I like to include the word newcomers, and I'll explain that a little bit more, but just so you know, some people will be here tomorrow, so when you speak in the room, just be really respectful about who you're talking about, because they'll be in the room listening. Thanks.
Okay, we will have a training.
No, most of our immigrants in Broomfield, speak English.
Oh, yeah. It's a heads up.
Yeah. And we're listening online, and actually, we might have some people from out of state listening online, and I'll explain that tomorrow, but.
Anything else?
Anything else?
Come on. Should we leave this stuff here? Because we have to put it down if we leave it up at first. Better with the. I find our audio not being clear on the other end. So we'll need to look for next time. There's the,
I just did want to give an update on David Curtis, we're already working on trying to figure out if we can transcribe today. Like, I believe that's something we have to set up on the front end, but Jade's working on some tools to see if we can do a transcription for those that might have had hearing on the recording. Can't make any promises yet, and Jade's working on it. Just an update.
all right.
Whoa.